So I am apparently the gleaner he's heard all about. Let's get straight to the point. Oh, where are my manners? I am Talakatia, Associate Professor in Faculty of Etherology. To tell the truth, I'm in a bit of a bind. I'm scheduled to make a major presentation before the conference in the near future, but I'm ashamed to admit it. I've not been able to get enough data to formulate a thesis. Or finish the thesis, excuse me. If I'm unable to prove the worth of my research, my funding is all but certain to dry up. As you can see, the stakes are high. You have the look of an adept angler, am I right? If so, you might be just the person I need. This section I've rented out here for my work. Might I interest you in taking a look? Yeah, sure. It's just this spot? Is this your thing? Oh, okay, whatever. Oh, over here, okay. But you never really laid eyes on such a fine fish tank before. No comment. Sadly, as you can see, it's entirely devoid of fish. Anyhow, I suppose I should tell you my work. I research water veins, not ordinary ones, but those that carry ether, and not unlike the life stream or the etheric currents of the wind. Life is drawn to areas abundant in ether, which is why you might observe popular fishing spots are also ether-rich. My research focuses on veins that carry high concentration of ether. Spectral currents. Are you familiar with the phenomenon? I have actually been in a spectral current, yes. Oh, I'd expect nothing less from a veteran gleaner. I must say, it's always nice to see someone familiar with the subject of my life's work. In any event, the most important point to remember is just how important ether currents are for aquatic life. Look at it the other way. It's possible to identify how strong local currents are by studying the fish. And that's where we come full circle. I require specimens. And there's the rub. The areas also worth researching happen to be the hardest to reach. I would not be averse to risking the journey myself if not for my condition. Where are my glasses? I should explain. I have long suffered from a particularly nasty case of ether sickness. I can't even use the Ethernet or any sort of teleportation magic. It's quite annoying when your work partially depends on the things. I know. An etherologist who can't stomach ether. I wouldn't believe it if I weren't living this nightmare myself. But perhaps you're skeptical. I have an idea. Follow me to the ether plaza. I'll show you how bad I've got it. No, you don't have to. You don't have to make yourself car sick to prove to me that you're car sick. Oh my god. Hello, camper. Hello, Gundinium. And hello, hazardous. I might even say materials that are hazardous. Do I have a better samurai sword than that? I do. Get out of my inventory. Let's get rid of. Let's see what's that. Yeah, I can get that. I saw. He died yesterday. We were actually still streaming when the news broke. Lots of stupid things to get rid of here. Ah, there you are. Watch closely now. You really don't have to do this, dude. Oh my god. I'll never do it, Tarman, unless you answer me a question. So stick around for a second. Don't you see? It's so queasy. All I can do is hold down the contents of my stomach. The whole world, it's spinning. Someone make it stop. What is this? Forgive me. Why is there a fairy there? In a field of flowers? Is he high on ether? Can you get high on ether? Oh, there you have it. My condition has manifested all over the ground for you. I say, Talaka, are you quite alright? Professor Nelle! So your condition's as bad as ever. One would think you'd avoid a place like this. Ah, are you perchance assisting Talaka with his research? The boy has suffered from terrible ether sickness, but as a scholar he has much potential as anyone I've ever seen. You develop an eye for these things when you've been in academia as long as I have. I must be on my way. I look forward to reading your finished thesis, Talaka. Right. Did I mention I can't handle pressure particularly well? I've barely written the introduction to my paper, and Nelle is already selling it up to his peers. How can I possibly live up to his expectations? Incidentally, he's one of the leading authorities in the world in etherology. I wouldn't even say he's the equal of Master Matoya. For some reason, he's taken a liking to me. He's the one who pushed for the school to allow my own research team first of all. Part of me wishes I could drink my words away. Sadly, I can handle alcohol about as well as I can handle ether. I may not be good at dealing with ether or pressure, but I cannot fail. I cannot! I cannot! So I beg you, help me. There's no one else to whom I could turn. Yeah, no, I got your back, dude. Chillax a little bit. Thank you. You're a shining beacon of hope for all young scholars in Charlian. I mean, I did literally spread hope across the universe. Literally. Hi, Oculus. So Tyron, real quick, since you're there. You asked a question, 3 weeks ago. And I keep wanting to bug you to clarify your question so I can finally answer it and get it out of the queue. You asked the question, do you think Cataclysm shouldn't have happened when it did? Do you mind clarifying that question? And thank you for the sub. I will put it towards Tor in some fashion or another. Ah, lore. I was just compiling a list of fish I'll be needing for my research. Okay. Eat some curry. If it'll let me. Oh my god. Let me eat this curry. Delicious curry. And another delicious curry. Oh my god. Hang on, let's stuff this. We've got crab cakes, carrot nibbles, yellow moussaka. Where's all this food coming from? God. Let's use that. Whoop, I didn't mean to do that. Get rid of it. Just get rid of it. Just get rid of it. Okay. Okay, so you need me to fish. Ether lice. Your favorite conduit. Got it. Giant ether lows. 6 giant ether louses. Got it. Ah, you got it, Flagand. One moment, please. Lord Star Trek Online. Thank you for watching my show. Alright, where is this? line, because I'm not seeing... Oh, there it is. I see it, I see it. Right friggin' there. So did Hermes' idiocy actually save us? I suppose that's one of those interesting questions, because it boils down to, do you think the Amarosians were going to continue down the path of extremism, or if you think they were going to course correct at some point or another? And that is the question. If we were to presume they were going to keep extremising him up, then yeah, it was a good thing that they all died. If, however, they were going to self-course correct, which is what, sentient sapient beings do, who are not being written by old dime novel sci-fi fics, then no, that was a terrible thing, and everything is awful forever. But it's okay, it all worked out because we got to have a burger with Garaha. No harm, no foul. Just explore the map really quick. There we go. So I gotta grab a spot. Oh, there you go. Yoshi P says, dime a dozen novel. You got it. I have no bait. Okay. Hang on. Okay. That's nice. Go on. Well, I already just like the fishing quest. Thank you, G-Juice, very much, as always. I will jot that down for Jack, too. Just a moment here. Done. And yeah, I'm kind of looking... Easter eggs. I'm kind of looking forward to poking at the new stuff. But we'll be doing that when we hit the 6.1 patch. Which, rather obviously, is not yet. First, we have to slog through some stuff. How is something that is a furred creature exist in a setting that is that swampy, Gum-Gum? Like, that's just asking for problems. That's asking for ticks and burrs and guck. How the hell? Let's just buy some versatile lures. There we go. Hello, Tekoida. We do have the other optional dungeon to do, which we'll be doing as soon as Brigman, Pretzel, and Reggie are all on. One of whom is on, I believe. So yeah, we've actually got this quest right here, ready to go. According to Buildingway, their automated construction machine, the Big Cheese, has gone out of control, burrowing into the moon and causing untold havoc. So we'll have to deal with that. Why would you call a giant drill the Big Cheese? You know what, never mind. Doesn't matter. And I never got to ask, or rather I did ask, but I didn't hear the answer to Valerian's question, so I'll have to ask for that in a minute. Alright. Tile. Why am I unable to change bait? Okay. Just the Loporrit seem to be the answer to a lot of questions. Alright, time to just sit back here. That's how you're supposed to fish, right? That's what everyone tells me. You're just supposed to just, you know, louse around. Well, that's not what I wanted. I gotta have a 12-pack of beer, even though I hate beer. I don't want my ego stroked, but by all means, Blue Wolf Alex. Venting is a healthy thing, as long as it's done healthily. Which I guess is a meaningless statement, but it's still true. I already hate this quest. I haven't gotten a single one yet, and I need 6 of these stupid things. Okay, 18.2. I can move a little bit. Oh, good. I know you've been having internet issues for a while now, Wolf Alex. Like, it's been, what, 2 weeks? I've actually lost track of time a little bit. Because, yeah. Oh my god, okay. Let's go to this exact location. I have plenty of gathering, right? Oh yeah, actually no I don't. Is it my 90 gears? Oh, I have a 70 fishing rod. That's probably not helping. Okay. Hang on, so let's try 18.2. That's not here. This is 18.2. And then 5.6, which is here. Right here. Oh, nope, sorry, other direction. Come on! There we go. Okay, a little bit north, a little bit back. There. I am exactly in the location. Let's see if this works any better. Get one? Hey! A collectability of 79. No. We actually need more collectability. How do we get higher collectability in fishing? Or do we care? Shoot, I should have checked. Hang on. Let's just... hang on. Give me a minute. Figure this out. Jesus. Well, I am sorry I had to deal with that nonsense, Blow of Alex. Just, yeah. It has to be 70 or higher. But we have a 70. Okay, so 70 or higher. That's actually our goal, 70. Now, I am going to go ahead and hit an auction house really quick to help this out a little bit. Get a little crafted fishing pole going on here. Here, I think. A lot of people on. Although, again, it was patch day yesterday, so. Sense make. Tools. Is there no classical fishing tool? Oh, whatever. 1.5 million gil. Pass. What it is. Yeah, we'll go with that. Alright. I haven't done a single quest. I've been streaming for a half hour. I haven't done a single quest yet. Fishing. %43% more surface area than what? Also, how does a swamp have more surface area than anything? While we're on the subject. I don't remember doing fishing in trails. I'm trying to think. No, I don't think I did. In fact, I didn't really do fishing in FF15, now that I think about it. That game's actually known for having good fishing. Because, like, there's this method, which most MMOs use. Yeah, there's buttons and there's abilities, but it boils down to hit a button, and then hit another button when you're good to go. In WoW, you click. In FF14, you press 2. It's also true in, like, Guild Wars, for example. And then there's the Zelda fishings, which tend to be a little bit more involved. Goodness. This lounge in here. Hi, Zach Taft. Do not want another of those, please. Just... Yep, this is my life. If this takes more than 10 minutes, I'm going to just give up on this quest, Chad. Yeah, rapid button presses tends to be not my thing. For hand reasons and controller reasons. So, just get me that same fish, please. Let's get on with this. Oh, excuse me. I feel like Gum Gum here. I woke up early just to go fishing. Well, good news is we're halfway there. Bad news is I have no idea how long it's going to take to get the other ones. I don't even have anything to talk about. I have no topics. I have no nothing. I mean, I can talk about WoW. So there's this game called WoW, right? Mm-hmm. As long as there's some kind of progression, that's something to have, Alex. As opposed to just, nah, screw you. I remember spending a lot of time trying to get the golden fin in Ocarina. But I think that's just because I sucked at it. I don't even remember if I did that on the 3DS version, now that I think about it. Why do you ask me each time? Yes! No, I don't want to collect it. Fling. One more. One more. We can do this. Go. There we go. This is the riveting streaming entertainment you all tune in for. Oh my god. Ah! Ah! Hang on, let me try to sit back up. Ooh! Oh! Not lean that far down into my chair, my goodness. So they're decently intelligent. Pretty good charisma, high wisdom, high constitution, high dexterity, high strength. Wow. He's a fairly good character overall. Alright. We're done. We did it. We just have to do like 5 more of these. Wait, oh, excuse me. So a fishing spot can run out? Love Alex? Oh, jeez. That reminds me of some RPGs where, like, you can accidentally or intentionally empty out a farm spot and you have to move on. Or, you know, it never refills, which some games don't. Like, ever. I feel like one of the Breath of Fires did something like that. Here, have your fish. There you go, there you go. Get on with it. Yes. Really? Now? Yeah, FF13-3 did do that, you're right. Although that had a recovery mechanic, like you say, but yeah. Ooh. Thanks to your efforts, I've been able to get a full sense of referential data and all sorts of stuff, including someone mowing right outside the window for no reason. In my studies, I have come to believe that much like the tide ebbs and flows with the phases of the moon, so too do the underwater ether currents that cover our entire planet. When the concentration... That would totally be me, Cronin. When the concentration of either in any given current changes, aquatic life in the area grows more or less abundant, which ultimately affects the currents of the ocean itself. My hope is I can prove and predict these changes, so we might identify the best times for fishing and know when it's safest to navigate the seas. That's pretty cool. Meanwhile, the guy wearing the Alexander robe shows up. Ah, looks like your research is progressing well. Professor Nelly, I heard your friend had started gathering samples, so I brought a few choice tomes with me that he might serve to point you in the right direction. As always, you're too kind, Professor. I can't thank you enough. Don't mention it. When the time comes, the research bears fruit, that's all the thanks I need. Your mind for developing compelling hypotheses has always impressed me. You lacked only for a skilled gleaner to help you overcome the limits of your affliction. I'll be watching this new partnership of yours with great interest. Oh my god, he's Palpatine. Oh, that wasn't so bad. Just having you around has already taken a huge weight off my shoulders. Up until now, his confidence has only made me feel pressured to deliver something I wasn't even sure I was capable of. Hashtag relatable. But now I've finally started to make some tangible progress. That's all because of you. For the first time, I feel I might have a bright future in academia after all. Ah, you got this, dude. Yes, I have a feeling everything's going to go swimmingly with you at my side. And we are now a dependable fisher. I mean, there's worse things to be addicted to than Fire Emblem, so... Just the fish tank. I went ahead and put one of my research specimens in it. That is a large fish. What in God's name am I looking at? I tell you, so many things have fallen into place ever since you showed up. I'm having the time of my life analyzing all this data. I mean to continue my analysis of ether lice, of course, but I will task another gleaner with such mundane tasks. I'd like you to go visit an area I've been long fascinated with. Thavnir! Yep. I have reason to believe there is a significant change in ether currents around the waters at the time of the calamity. Nellie shared with me some data some 20 years prior, and I'd like to compare it with current data. Okay. Yep, it's notorious for shipwrecks. I understand completely. I almost didn't return from my voyage on the Siren Song Sea. Nah, I'm good. I got you back. Consequently, have you played Fire Emblem Heroes, Will Alex? Out of curiosity. I think it's called Heroes. The mobile one. The mobile one. Just double checking. 133 collectability now. Yeah, no, I agree. That's why I was asking. I wanted your opinion. Because I've played it too, and I was not impressed. That's not Thavnir. No, it is Thavnir. Guess we'll do it over here. Yeah, honestly, a lot of Nintendo's mobile games are mobage. Which is a damn shame if I might be so bold. You'd think of all people who could make good mobile games, it would be Nintendo, right? Actually have teams sit down and make mobile games. I know, I'm just thinking outside the box here. Like, we got that Pikmin one, which is inoffensive. And then we got the Mario Kart one, which is terrible. We've got that original Mario one, which is okay. We got the Fire Emblem one, which is, yeah, like you say, it skirts the line. Yeah, I do. Okay. What else have they put out? Oh yeah, there's that Kirby one, which actually isn't on the phone, but it's a mobile game. Oh, so he's an idiot, Gum Gum. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Sorry. I mean, you did say his int was 8, so actually, you know... Yeah, I will admit, I was actually getting into the hero's story. I put it down because, you know, the game was pushing me away from it, but I will give you that. Oh. Also, I was testing out the auto battle, and the auto battle, I think it was the auto battle. I think it was that one. It was really bad. I think it was that one I was testing that out on. Because it was just, yeah, I'll just go up here and die. I'll go over here and die. And it's like, okay, okay. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. We're at Fafnir. We're at the Etherfish. We're at the pier. We have collectability turned on. Yep, yep. We've got 90 gear. Odd Awakening had an auto battle too. Actually, I will give Three Houses. Three Houses' auto battle is okay. And I mean, that's debatable, I suppose, but I know it's okay purely because speedrunners use it almost exclusively. I mean, it says we just need versatile lure. I'm looking at it right here. So go to the thing. Working for a Gandran race, versatile lure, or shrimp ball. Make sure collect is enabled, which it is. I mean, it could be lying to me. That wouldn't be the first time that I've literally been lied to on this stupid site. This prize catch. Ah, there it is. Oh my god. So, screw this quest. Can I just say? Oh my god. You know what? Hang on. Let's play a game while we play a game. Let's do this. What do we got? What have I got? What have we got? Here. Whoop. Surely I have mobile games, right? I do. I have Final Fantasy 1. That's it. Well, whatever. Let's play Final Fantasy 1. So where are we at in this? Looks like we were going after Lich. That's where we're at in the story here. Let's see. Probably the only thing I do like about the Pixel Remaster on the phone is you could tap to move. Like that. And it just auto-paths you. I don't know if you can even see that. It auto-paths you to the location. It's a weirdly good quality of life feature for a mobile game, so I'll give them some credit on that. Because, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but having to do the thing where you, like, put your finger down anywhere and then move it around in order to move just doesn't work for me. Especially given the fact that it varies based on where you put your finger down, and moving your finger causes issues, and so forth and so on. I much prefer to be able to say, I want to go there, tap. So the way it works, you know, it just happened. So you start moving until you get there, or are interrupted. So I just got into a random battle. It's on auto battle. They are very dead. Yes, yes, I win. And it just drops you where you were uninterrupted. So, in other words, when I say uninterrupted, I mean interrupted. So, in other words, it stops you dead and you have to click again to move. That is a little bit of a shame for a few specific minor things. Oh my god, we got something! Wow! I was starting to think it wasn't going to happen. Ha! Just... Ugh. But yeah, so the reason I say it's a little bit of a shame in only minor ways is, let's say you're on the overworld map, and if you remember FF1's overworld map, or dungeon design, a very common thing that it does is it has it so that you can see where you're going, even though you have to go all the way around like this, you can see the destination. So you can actually tap, and it'll start going all the way around and just get you there, which is kind of a cool thing. The downside of that is, of course, the fact that you get interrupted. So when you're up here, you can no longer see where you're going, and you have to tap, 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 tap in order to keep going. It would actually be kind of nice if there was a toggle that said, just keep moving after that. But as Dakota says, that could be very mean, because FF1 Pixel Remaster is pretty mean. I actually haven't gamed over yet, but I've certainly had my fair share of barely survivings. Especially since Resurrection is still really hard and really expensive in that game. So the moment anybody goes down, especially if you're in a dungeon, your actual best strategy is to immediately turn around and beeline for the nearest town as quickly as you can. So I'm thinking a gameplay negative for all this crap. What are we thinking? And you're probably thinking, but this is just fishing. Here's the thing. We actually just saw this yesterday when we were doing the Botanist quest, aka the Gatherer quest. The Gatherer quest gives you an area to go to, and once you gather, you can see the items you want. Then you do the collectible minigame. So in other words, there is a guidance directly to where you're going and how to interact with it. You can say, I want that, and work towards that. There's no way to do that with fishing, really. I mean, there are ways to minimize it, as if you've been noticing, I've been doing that, trying to, what is this called? Surface slap several times, to try and prevent myself from getting certain fish again that I don't want. And I've been trying to save SP so I can hit identical cast the moment I get one, so I can get another one. But it's pure RNG otherwise. And I don't want any of these fish. These are going into the trash as soon as I'm done with this quest chain. So I don't know what else to add to that. I mean, if you pick, you say it like that, you know, it's RNG. And that's kind of the problem. It was one of the biggest issues with ocean fishing. Because ocean fishing was literally, what, 3 layers of RNG? You had to get lucky to get lucky to get lucky. I think that's about right. Oh god, I hope not Blade to Ball. Although that's a valid perspective, so I should probably hold on to these fish until I'm done with all of this crap. Which I can do. I'll just dump it later. I streamed Awakening, didn't I? Feel like I did. Yeah, I think I did. Hey! And then identical cast. Let's get a 4th of these stupid things. And of course you can't chain identical cast. Or maybe you can't, I don't know. We'll find out in a second. Okay, yeah. I was confused about that a little bit. Okay, yes. This. Nope, yep, I cannot double identical cast. Wow. Whatever. Bonk! And the best part is I can't just auction house these fish, because they're collectibles. You can't auction house collectibles. Stardew Valley. Hey! I've only ever done Stardew Valley's fishing legitimately once, which is in the Switch version specifically. It was frustrating. I'm trying to think of the word. I guess the better way to put it is it was frustrating to start. Because when you first start off, you have this dinky little fishing rod. And it's just, oh my god, get back here, fish. And you spend forever just trying to get a single fish. God dang it. Oh, we did it. We did it. Okay. But, that being said, I've seen much, much worse than Stardew Valley's fishing. That'll be fun, because we actually are reviewing Stardew Valley, hopefully sometime this year. Depending on how long it takes us to get through everything else. Good morning, silly idea. Jeez. Yeah, it sounds like, it just sounds like straight up irritation to me, Below Alex. Okay, hi, yes. Have your stupid fish. Here, take them. Take them. Don't care about the experience. Don't care about the scripts. Let's go. Dump the bucket on his face. Alright. I dare say I have more than enough samples. Okay. Wait, so he's an idiot and a snob, Gum Gum? It's not every day you ask after me. I trust this means your research is coming along well. Better than I could have imagined. In fact, I was hoping to hear your thoughts on my latest findings. Comparing my data from 20 years ago, I could say with confidence the concentration of ether in the area did indeed show an increase around the time of the calamity. From these numbers, I would posit that smaller species in the area have been increased in abundance several-fold. The Garaja Ras, in particular, is known for protecting itself from predators by creating disturbances in the surrounding ether. A population increase of such scale would undoubtedly result in dramatic impact on its habitat. Which would go a long way to explaining the countless shipwrecks. The sheer number of these fish would play havoc with ships' ether compasses. Standing work. Of course, more data will need to prove your assertions as fact. Should it hold true, however, this should be a discovery of no small import. Probably about another week, Knock Loose. Come to think of it, I remember you showing considerable interest in my research around the seas around Thavnir, but true to exactly to my work. Oh, it's just, I always found the figures unnatural. I had a hunch, but I couldn't help but feel it warranted further research. Now that's the spirit of a scholar. Even the most epoch-making discovery started from observations of simple irregularity or curiosity. With that intuition and power of observation, you're going places. I knew my faith in you was not misplaced. You flattered me, Professor. Don't let it go to your head. Your potential will only be stifled if you allow yourself to be content with minor progress and faint praise. Of course, I will redouble my efforts and work harder than ever to deliver results. Yeah, reviews are all content asterisk. So we have to finish. So for those of you curious, what we have left is we have the Studium quests. That's what we're doing right now. We've got 3 more chains after this one. And then we have to go do the side quests for 6 zones. I'm not sure how much of that we're doing on camera. And that'll actually be it. Oh, no, and then we have to do the 1 optional dungeon, which we're probably doing today. And that'll be it for the initial review. Now, the 6.1 review was already funded, but that'll just be a rehash of a couple of dungeons. I need to make a list of which dungeons that is. And then the MSQ, which honestly will just be a day. That will be relatively quick. And then we will be done. The biggest time gap we have left is the bundles of side quests. So On that note, best get to work summarizing my findings for inclusion in my thesis. If I'm able to identify explicit correlation among post-calamity change in ether concentration, the explosion of fish population, and the increase in shipwrecks, it'll go a long way to proving my theory correct. Of course, I'll need more than fish specimens before that can happen. Fair warning, I might have to send you even more hazardous locales. You sent me to a fishing pier. And a river. These are very terrifying places to go. Now, what do you want to bet we're going to have to fish on the moon at some point? Or in a place that doesn't physically exist, technically. So, samples you've provided have allowed me to make incredible progress. The next specimen, dramatic pause. To Garlemald. Yeah, we all saw this. So we're going to Garlemald next. Oh, God, tell me about a blow nose. Like I said, there's the two asterisks there. The first asterisk is, you know, a possibility, and the second asterisk is feasibility. So we will see when it comes to something like Awakening, especially since I'm not sure I can even buy those DLC anymore. We've been unable to set foot in the region until now, which means the gathering data there could lead to revolutionary discovery. After all, we have no idea how the underwater ether currents are connected to those in other waters. Alas, lacking data from past, it won't be a simple task to identify changes that have occurred over the decades. I do, however, have an idea how we might get around that. The answer is shellfish! Studying the growth lines in their shells should draw me to some conclusions how their habitat has changed over time. Well, that actually makes sense. So, I've come to the conclusion Garlean clams are the suitable research specimen. Yeah, sure, I'll catch you some clams. I know that place like the back of my hand. Where did that come from? So, we need to go to... Yeah, let's get our collectability range here. Oh my god, it has Lunaruth. What the hell? That's terrible. It does sound like it, Gungo. Okay, so we need collectability 78. Okay, we're cool. Up to here, and we're going to 29.8. 6.5. That's way up here. That's way up there. Okay, we're going up here. I don't know, Lunaro. That's a weird... That just sounds like a bug, honestly. Alright, welcome to Depression Land. Let's get the heck out of here before the depression wave catches us. That's really frustrating too, Linear, because I just discovered that that's a thing I could do, like, what, 2 days ago? 3 days ago? And then it's like, hey, yeah, no, screw you. Okay, so 29.8. And 6.5. Right here. And... Yep, no, versatile lure will work. Yeah, and then the no fun police allowed are like, hey, stop having fun. Stop it! Stop. Nope. Yeah, I don't think any of these will be as long as the fishing one. I am reasonably certain we'll be able to finish most of the Studium quests before the lunch break. The only reason I say reasonably certain is because fishing is kind of random, so I don't know how long fishing is going to take. The other ones shouldn't be anywhere near this bad. Why did I say that out loud? Yeah, actually, yeah. We should probably bug... is there in-game bug reporting in 14? Oh, dude. I never realized how much I wanted an in-game music controller until I played Mario Odyssey. Or Stellaris or EU4 if you prefer, because both of those have the same functionality. Well, let's just pretend that it works the same way WoW does and see what happens. Since Lord doesn't go nowhere. Slash bug. Nope. Command slash bug does not exist. I mean, you're absolutely right, Dakota. Oh, I know, Blue of Alex. It's just... Who knows? Maybe they'll actually do a proper remaster of that series if they ever do an actual port of it to the Switch. I shouldn't be so negative. I'm sorry. I'm just kind of right now because of the stupid fishing. Come on, give me one of the things I need. Nope. Okay. Okay. Okay, that sounds more like a sociopath. Come. I killed your whole family. And? What is he, Palpatine? No, I'm kidding. Oh, okay. Support menu. Support desk? Ah! Hang on. Now, where's known issues? Here we go. What do we got? Wait. That's a thing. Finally. Give me another thing. Alright, known issues. The subparameters of item level 590 equipment is wrong. Okay. Subparameters of equipment from Miss in the Realm are wrong. That's it? Okay. Right. In that case, I wish to report a bug. Report a bug, hey! Title. Slash BGM. Not working. Whoa. Not working in cutscenes. Okay. Does anyone know what world I'm on? Container name? What's that doing with anything? Do that. All of this. None of this matters. None of that matters. There you go. Step 1, slash BGM no longer works. I am not telling you my modem make or this is all unnecessary. There. There's your... There. None of this matters. There's your bug. Bug report. Submit. Jesus. That's not a great bug report system. It's literally an email thing, if you're paying attention. It's just a bundle of text that you send to them, as opposed to any actual menuing or drop-downing or anything whatsoever. That's a good question, Gigapudding. I suppose that's up to you. This is absolutely Shadowlands. The more I've talked about that. I was actually asked a question about that off camera. Someone asked, which expansion is it? Because that's a common question. I was like, oh, it's totally with Shadowlands. And as soon as I explained it to them, they're like, oh yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. It is absolutely, a Shadowlands parallel. The big question is going to be whether or not Endwalker nails the landing. Shadowlands certainly had issues. Duh. I mean, duh. But the thing that a lot of people tend to forget is that Shadowlands was alright at its initial patch. It's pretty much the Warlords of Draenor syndrome. And then Shadowlands got 2 patches. And that's it. So, here we are. So how well Endwalker will nail the landing, well, that's going to determine a lot of how this actually goes. I think Endwalker... I don't like Endwalker's plot, and I don't like Endwalker's usage of its theme. And I think Medion was completely unnecessary to the narrative. Now, Medion is in no way as bad as the Jailer, because the Jailer is one of the worst written characters I've seen in recent fiction. Even more so than Ranjit. But I do personally think that Medion is a net negative to the overall narrative. No, I knew early on it wasn't going to be Lavos. But it's... I can't even talk about what it reminds me of because it's actually a spoiler. But for those of you who know, it reminds me of Season 3 of Discovery. And not in a good way. Anyways, thank you, Knockloose, very, very much. Always appreciate your support and your presence. I imagine you want to put that towards FF7R1. Or FF7R2. Both of those are on the list. Okay. Awesome. And yeah, I've been kind of keeping quiet about my opinions on this because I knew people would jump down my throat over it. But I really feel like Medion shouldn't have been in the narrative at all. Or was introduced much earlier, yeah. Because, and we mentioned this yesterday, Medion really is an come-out-of-nowhere villain, just like the Jailer, who was behind everything from the beginning, just like the Jailer. You can see the parallels, right? Now, Medion is better than the Jailer, as I already mentioned. But you can see how it doesn't work for me. And I know, I was actually thinking about this last night. Because there's this tendency in Japanese fiction to do exactly that. Now, I don't like that, and my opinion on that's never changing. But there is a very common tendency to be like, hey, I'm the villain. Like, and right before the final boss fight, or right before the final confrontation, or whatever, this is when I'm going to reveal myself and give all of my reasonings and backstory, just right at the end there. And that's kind of how that tends to work. Yakuza 0 is actually a perfect example of that in a game that I actually really, really enjoy. But nevertheless has that weird thing of, hey, right at the last minute, here's the boss. What? Who are you? Without that investment, I just find myself not caring as much. Thank you, Silver Mask, very much. I will put that towards Bioshock 2. But yes, FF7R1 was before the Oblivion line. Which actually, like, sucks, but whatever. That's what it is. Now, I don't want to overstate it. It's not like, you know, Medion is the worst thing ever. But yeah, Necron in FF9 is a perfect example of that, of the trope that I'm referring to. There's actually several games that do that, in Japanese games. It's JRPGs in general. I mean, Zemus isn't even mentioned until the first time we go to the moon, which is right before we go to the second to last dungeon, for a bit of perspective there. Like, the third to last dungeon is like, oh, by the way, this is the villain. What? You know, like I said, it's a very common thing. It's just not my thing. It never will be. That's just me. I don't know what else to add to that, really. So it's like, eh. That's true. She did have 2 zones dedicated to building her up. That is a true statement. Like I said, it could be worse. Could be rain. I will also admit I enjoy the banality of the fact that the entire universe was nearly killed by an idiot because he was negligent. And I stress that word. I've used that word so many times, but it needs to keep being reemphasized because it is the word to describe Hermes. He was negligent. He was not doing his due diligence while experimenting with something, and it nearly caused the destruction of the entire universe. And I will admit I enjoy the mundanity of that, you know? I mean, I keep talking about the comparison to Horizon Zero Dawn, and I shouldn't because it's a spoiler, but, you know. Oh, you might be wondering who this is. My research has been progressing so well of late, I brought on a few of my students to serve as assistants. Yeah, peer review is a freaking thing, you know? At any rate, I cannot thank you enough for braving such hostile environments for the sake of my life's work. No one in my field has had a chance to obtain substantial data from Garlemald until now. It would be no understatement to say your contribution is historic. Needless to say, this puts even more pressure on me to deliver my thesis. Oh, my stomach's getting queasy just thinking about it. I don't hate Hermes as a character. That's not the point, Sarani, unless you're talking to someone else, in which case, never mind. But the idea there is, let's imagine for a moment. I can't even use an analogy because the actual example is the perfect example. Let's say that you're working at your place of work, and someone there, accidentally, screws up so badly that it nearly kills hundreds of people at your job. Whatever your job is. Fast food, what else have I worked? Register, I've worked register, you know. They screw up so hard and so bad because they stumbled, right? Because they screwed up. There's a reason to not be happy about that. There's a reason to berate that person. You know what I mean? You moron. What are you doing? Oh my god. Would you believe you're the talk of the Studium? Even the senior faculty can scarcely wait to hear what you are able to glean about the ether currents of Garlemald. Professor, it's all thanks to lore here. I've never not seen a partnership between Scholar and Gleaner bear such fruit so swiftly in a very long time. Yeah, exactly, Giga Pudding. It's just like, whoa! Oh, that's right. Speaking of gleaning, I thought I'd tell you everything I learned about the clams you brought. I'm pleased to report analyzing Garlean clams appears to have been the right call. Examining their growth lines, I was able to find specimens as old as 97 years, giving me almost a full century of data to analyze. Nice. By far the most interesting thing I've noticed so far is the reverse correlation between ether levels near Thavnir and those in Garlemald. That is to say, over periods of time when the ether concentration was so high in Thavnir and low in Garlemald. Garlemald, the reverse was also true. Now, it would corroborate your thesis that the ether currents of the planet move in tandem with each other. Should you collect data from more regions. Still, I suspect you may very well be able to accurately predict changes in people population across the world. I was thinking the very same. Nothing would give me greater joy than if my research was to bring about a tangible improvement in people's lives. Before meeting you, I never dreamed I would make it this far, but now I feel more confident than ever I will be able to prove my hypothesis in one day. I mean, this one time nearly killed the universe, Sarani. I think we could be upset about this one time. Furthermore, there was absolutely no reason for him to screw up this hard because it would have been so effortless for him to not screw up. All he had to do was ask someone, anyone else, about what he was about to do. And they would have been like, oh, well, hang on. And he would have been like, oh, you're right. And then they might have done it properly and there's no universe-ending catastrophe. There you go. Like, to be blunt, I think Emmett Selk said it best. In-universe. You have sent off a child without the understanding to ask the wrong question. Anyways. I am pleased to see all is progressing well, and yet do not be surprised if there comes a time when Talaka's resolve as a researcher is tested. A time when he's forced to consider what truly drives him to engage in his work. For such time comes to all scholars, no matter how naturally gifted they may be. And yeah, that's the other thing. Hermes isn't just some random dude. He was literally in charge of concept peer review and testing. Negligence. There's a reason I keep using that word. You can empathize with him all you want, Serrani. I'm not saying you can't. Again, I don't think he's a negative to story, to put it into such terminology. I pity Hermes. I don't like him. But the point I was trying to make overall, to get back to the effort, is, while Medion is whatever, and honestly, if she was ejected from the narrative, I think it would have been fine, Hermes fits perfectly in the overall narrative. The entire universe nearly coming to an end because one dude decided that he forgot what peer review means. Do we have to catch a whale now? And yeah, frankly, Hermes fits within the Amarosians a little bit too well. Because we see bits and pieces of it as we were going through Elpis, that most of the Amarosians, in general, are negligent. Again, to use the same word. That there is such an automatic why bother that there's no backup. We talked about this. There's no backup. There's no crisis mode. There's no emergency plan of effect if something goes wrong, because things don't go wrong. Because there's no need for a backup, because the first time always succeeds. So the whole society was kind of leaning that way. And it makes absolutely perfect sense that someone like Hermes would be as negligent as he is and stumble in the way that he did. I've read a story somewhere, and I don't remember which setting it is, so forgive me. I want to say it's Forgotten Realms. About there was this one planet where there's like, yeah, total lack of safety measures. There's this one planet where everyone was just like super intelligent and super awesome and everything's cool forever. And one of them decided, I wonder what happens if I do this to atoms. And it kind of caused this cascade, it's something that probably wouldn't happen in real life, but it was a cascade atomic reaction, which actually nuked the entire planet. And there was no malice there. There was no anything. It was just, I've never thought about what this happens. I'm going to try this. And that's what that reminded me of. Anyways. A whale has wandered its way into the Scholar's Harbor. What? Okay. The Harbor Master has requested you assess the situation with all haste. Okay. Am I supposed to catch a whale? Actually, Jurassic Park isn't a bad example. Some people think Jurassic Park is a lesson about not controlling your environment, not controlling nature, and that is inaccurate. Jurassic Park is about negligence. Jurassic Park is a story about someone who, despite constantly saying, spare no expense, cut corners constantly. Absolutely did not do the due diligence of setting up that park correctly and just wanted to shortcut. We shortcut how we get the genetics for the dinosaurs, and we shortcut the security staff, and we shortcut the network system, and just shortcut. That's what Jurassic Park is actually about, and is the same type of story as the one we're talking about here with Hermes. Because who caused all the problems in Jurassic Park? Nedry. If you even remember who that is, props to you. No, I'm not, although that's actually a good example of that too, Loke, now that you say that. Because you're right. The guy who connected with magic in such a way that it killed his whole civilization. I remember that. Yeah. Pay your IT team what they're worth. I mean, if you want the document, it's the document, Canada Banks. It's not on the website yet, because we're not done yet. Unless you're asking something I don't know. What are you asking me, Canada Banks? Help me out here. So anyways, that's a whale? Question mark? It's not especially rare to see them off the coast, but I've never heard of one coming so close to land. It's most strange. It doesn't appear wounded, nor have there been notable storms. What caused it to veer off its normal course? What indeed. At any rate, we need to move to one of our faculties and ensure it's kept safe while we tend its wounds and have to study more. Okay, ready a team. The Coles. Maybe quite the undertaking. Apologies, our project will have to wait. Let's reconvene. Yeah, okay. Speaking as someone who did IT work for over a decade, I would agree with that, Sirani. What really irritates me is I remember when I was happy to be making $12 an hour. Because it was such a jump up from what I was making as a manager. That's more of a commentary on employment in general, so feel free to ignore me on that, but still irritated me. Wow, pretzel. I'm not really necessary. We'll shoot. Anyway, so yeah, putting aside comparisons, sorry, yeah, we've drifted off track a little bit here. Is Endwalker better or worse than what I expected it to be? Worse. I know, that sounds weird given how many positives I've poured upon it, but it is still worse than what I was expecting in my head. Still good. Hello there. Very sorry to keep you waiting. We just finished tending the creature's ailments and doing preliminary analysis. As we suspected, the whale hasn't sustained any major injuries. However, it does seem to be suffering severe ether sickness. I could sympathize. Yes, well, we don't know what caused all this. Maybe if you go fish, it'll get the answer. Hey, it's Teleport Lady. What's up? Master Kite. What do I owe? Kite? What do I owe the pleasure? I was hoping to pick your brains about something I imagine related to your works. Around the same time as your larger-than-life friend wandered in the harbor, a veritable legion of fish washed ashore in Yedlamad, near the experimental etherite. That sounds too similar to be a coincidence. Curious behavior by aquatic life has been known to portend natural disasters. Yes, this strikes me as much related to my studies. That said, I've gleaned nothing so far about the ether currents. If only there was a place I could go fish! As for the whale, the Studium has already announced it will be dispatching a vessel to research the ether currents in the seas near Charlian. It won't benefit any of us if such incidents continue to occur, after all. If you wish to investigate the link between the two events, evidence, maybe we should pay a visit to Thavnir. Or, you can send me. Sure, yeah. Why not? Whatever. Yeah, I would be hard-pressed to compare Shadow to End, especially since End is not done yet. Shadow is. His life and limb. I can't leave all the hard work to him. Professor, going to Thavnir means you have to travel via the etherite. Or by ship. You don't have to tell me that, but time is of the essence. I must go vomit. It's not conquering your fears to go do something you know you're allergic to. But anyways. I suppose it's hard for me to judge Endwalker compared to Shadow, so let me put it to you this way. Endwalker is probably going to score better than Shadow, because it deserves to. There are lots of really good moments and scenes and character stuff. There's a lot of sources of positives, put bluntly. But I find the overall plot and thematic connection of the game so relatively weak that it just doesn't engage me on a personal level the same way Shadow did, put simply. We also can't judge the classes yet, so that's not even part of the equation yet. Favorite scene in the entire Endwalker expansion? That's an easy answer because it's the best scene in the entire game. It's the little things. Oh, you know this fellow. Poor fellow, so ill I thought he might die. I might not have believed anyone could suffer so much severe ether sickness if I hadn't seen it myself. Yes, he's very, very nauseous. That's... Yep. Yep, I get it. I get it. There was a lot of vomit. You don't have to show... Apparently he's having visions when he ether teleports. That's what these are. And thank you, Warcraft Code. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound like I was ignoring you, but you caught me in the middle of a cutscene. I'd suggest you lie down for a while, friend. It wasn't so long ago you were convulsing, spitting up ghastly bile. You were right, my friend. My apologies. It kind of is Pillars of Snow, I agree. Because that's why I don't have any problem saying Endwalker is probably going to score higher than Shadow. Because Endwalker has the moment at the place I can think of the name of, where we're sitting down and having dinner with everyone. Or the moment at the cafe. Or the scenes with Alphino. Or the multiple scenes with Alize. Or the stuff with Euless. And so forth and so on, right? Like, there's so many good scenes in Endwalker. It just kind of shoves it forward in quality. Yeah, every scene with Garaha. Remember the midnight scenes? Which I gave every single one of a positive, by the way. The bit where Garaha is just all nervous, like, oh gosh, what do I say? What do I do? You know? It is logical that Endwalker is superior to Shadow on the story axis, especially. Simply because of the fact that it does so much so well. Hell, I even gave 2 positives to the Matchmaker quest chain because of how adorable it was. And also, there was some good world building there, too. But, mostly the adorableness. Yeah, and then time travel happens, and it's like, I'm ready, Warcraft Code. Yes, this is the Shadowlands of FF14. That's what we can talk about today. Yeah, exactly, Sarani. The adorableness. They've been doing Garaha perfectly this entire expansion. He has been a universal source of positivity. And yeah, even Elpis, which, I mean, raise eyebrow, was nevertheless being used to good effect. Which, I mean, that's kind of Endwalker in a nutshell, right? There's a lot of the cloud effect going on. So, the moon was full the night before and a strong tide flowed up from the river. It would seem this is what we call a tidal bore. The fact that these fish are typically not seen near the coast is strangely reminiscent of our whale problem. This can't be coincidence. The matter of these fish were supposedly carrying upstream into the woods intrigues me as well. Assuming they're still alive, they provide much more data than those rotting on the beach. So, go catch a fish. You got it. Where am I going for this? 28, 18. I need a different bait. I need a specific bait. Well, that might suck. I don't know where to buy that bait. Let's see if we can figure out where to buy that bait. Hey! Nice bait. And while we're here, let's just buy all the bait. Just in case. Just in case. Okay. I mean, in the interest of total honesty, I should actually give the game a negative for inconsistency in time travel. I should. Because it's the same method of time travel producing a different type of time travel, which is, more or less, no matter how you cut it, that's bad writing. Hang on, 28, where am I going? 18, oh, it's way over here. No? Hang on, it's over here. There we go, 28, and then straight north. Okay. Is every FF game the same universe? No, not at all. So the actual answer is, as all things are, more complicated, but the answer that you're looking for is no, the FF games are not contiguous, unless they are specifically listed as a sequel like 10-2, or 13-2, or 13-3. Those are sequels. But in every other case, no, the FFs are completely distinct from each other. With some asterisks. Whoop, I went too far. Pay attention, Laura. Pay attention. Right here? Is this a river? This is a river. Okay, whatever. Let's go here. The exact coordinate. Oh, too far. Alright. Switch to the leech. Now we wait. Okay, let's look at Gumgum's questions here. Let's see. How do you picture Critian... Critia? Wouldn't that be Critian? History in terms of warfare. Well, let's see. I'm trying to think of a comparison. Because my first thought is the Daleks, but you're going to misunderstand that, because that's a terrible analogy. So let me try again. Hey, that was the first catch. Holy crap. I don't think I could... Come on. I don't think I can come up with a good analogy. It sounds to me like the kind of people who would be very... unified against external powers to an extreme degree. Probably supremacists of Critians in particular. Not species, not anything else. Just, if you're a Critian, if you're Crichton, whatever you want to call that, you are good, and if you're not, you're bad. And so I could see that, I could see them not conquering so much as destroying. I could see them committing things like genocide, for example, in order to wipe out all people in an area and then claim the now empty land. That kind of a thing. I'm loath to impose, but you must go into the woods and catch those fish. I caught your stupid fish! Here! Oh, thank the gods. Thank you, my friend. I would have hated to go home with nothing but a memory of my worst bout of ether sickness ever. Yeah, you realize you're gonna have to do this again, right? Do we have, like... Oh, whatever. Favorite prehistoric animal? The Tyrannosaurus Rex. I know. It's a typical, boring, dumb answer, and I do not care. T-Rexes are cool. I should know. My niece has a little stuffed one that she runs around chasing after me going, "Rawr!" with, and it's adorable. Late. Yeah, it's a strange comparison to Warcraft code, but no, that's an accurate one. Because yeah, StarCraft, Diablo, and Warcraft really don't have anything to do with each other, even though... Because it's not as bad a comparison as you think, because there is still very clear gameplay design similarities, and narrative similarities, and visual similarities between all three games. I mean, they share artists, and they share designers, and they share composers, and so forth, and so on. So it makes sense. Good to see you return. Needless to say, the trip was a rough one for me. Thankfully, it wasn't nearly as uncomfortable as that dreadful experimental etherite. I was about to finish analyzing the fish you caught. What? Ugh, excuse me. So you believe the sudden change in concentration of ether in the nearby currents caused them to completely alter their behavior? Precisely. The change was of such magnitude I would struggle to explain it with my initial hypothesis of etheric tides. On the contrary, if such sudden change is possible, then I may have to reconsider the premise altogether. Moreover, we can't safely return the whale to the sea until we precisely know what's at the root of the problem. We'll go with the ebb and flow of the tide. It's the moon! It's the moon! Jacques! If we posit the underwater currents are affected by the moon, and that any sudden change in the moon's state would unaffect the underwater ether currents as well. Was this after we killed Zodiark? Recent changes in the moon. That's right, the destruction of Zodiark, hey! Would have freed an unfathomable amount of ether from the moon. It would only be logical if there's an impact on underwater ether currents. If this is an explanation, my initial theory may yet be viable. With this recent outpouring of ether being the exception that proves the rule, we need to watch closely. Yes, 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 we must watch very closely. Word has it you braved the journey by Aetherite to do fieldwork. Did you find anything of interest? Do I have to go fishing in the past next? Oh my god, I think I do. Yep, I do. Wow. Word of advice, if I may. Any researcher worth his salt must be prepared to rethink and reevaluate when presented with new evidence. Have you given any thoughts on how you might adapt yours? My initial theory was to a degree predicated on the existence of Zodiark. Now that he's no more, I'm not sure how we might... Unless we could... That's it! Was to examine a species from a more ancient time, from when the heavens were freed of Zodiark. Professor, please, you can't go back in time. I'm perfectly serious. Lore can go back in time and go fish in the past. You see what I mean? Like, let's be honest, this is kind of not good storytelling, even if it leads to good storytelling. That's how that works. The fact that we can literally just casually jaunt to the past, for multiple quests, multiple points in time. Also, the Raid series is in the past, while we're on the subject, and the moon, and the edge of reality, which is being generated by empathy, is just kind of... Just go with it. That's exactly what this is. That's the term I use for this kind of writing. This is... Just go with it. So, I've been racking my brains to come up with new ideas. Alas, nothing has come to me thus far. No matter how much I ponder, I keep coming back to the same thought. I have to get my hands on some specimens from a time before Zodiark came to be. I simply cannot accept that all the amount of work we have put into confirming my theory might amount to naught in the end. Exactly, Takoida. You'd be surprised what I can do. But do you... Wait, do you mean it? Yeah, no, I can literally go back to the past. Yeah, you know me, Blue Felix. I'm not a big fan of Type 3 time travel in general. But Awakenings is just kind of... Really? Because I remember that. In fact, some of the few DLC I did buy are also like, hey, we're also going to this other area in another timeline, because, you know. And then there's this other hypothetical timeline. Okay, so we need 6 of these. They need to be 503. Oh my god. Okay, so here's a question for anybody here who has played Warlords of Draenor. Do you... Let me actually walk that back. Let me answer Warcraft Codes questions first, because that'll take me much less time. I have no specific plans to do a separate stream for the 19th, if that's what you're asking. If people want me to, I will. I don't think demand is very high right now, to be completely honest, but it's not something I'm going to say no to. Here we go. But, that being said, that is, what is that? That's next Tuesday, it looks like. And we might be done with this game by then. Probably be in the middle of Elden Ring at that point, we'll see. Either way, if people want me to do a separate stream for that, I am not opposed to it. 32:15, which is going to be up there. Up there. We'll see. I'm kind of ambivalent on it, to be honest with you. Maybe Warcraft Code. It depends on how big the news is, if that makes any sense. Like, if they're like, hey, we're doing a new expansion, that's not lore week worthy. There needs to be some info. But so, some of you are probably already figuring out why I'm bringing up Warlords of Draenor. Now, for those of you who haven't figured it out, I will go ahead and say that I actually am not as harsh on Warlords of Draenor as most people I know. And I stand by that statement. It's nowhere near as good as it should be, dropped the ball hard, and is absolutely fraught with issues. But there's still a lot of good in Warlords, and there's a lot of things they did right in Warlords IMO. I want Leech. There we go. So, the biggest problem, however, narratively, is the original Warlords of Draenor storyline was written thus that we have this big, desperate... I'm going to describe this for people who haven't played Warlords. We have a big, desperate attempt where we barely manage to just kind of get into a portal, go to another planet, and through time, you can already start to see the parallels here, and we're stranded there, and we're on the back foot, and we're barely surviving, and we have to connect with people, and yada, 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 right? Cool. Good story stuff. Immediately destroyed by the fact that almost right after that, we set up a portal to home, and all of a sudden, hundreds, if not thousands of people can effortlessly and easily transit between warlords and the past. Now, this isn't as bad as that, but it is the exact same problem, because what happened was and I've talked about this before, the original storyline for Warlords was designed so that we were supposed to be cut off, narratively, in the past. And so we were going to be dealing entirely with local stuff and, you know, sourcing resources locally and dealing and getting allies locally because we needed them, because we had to literally build a base there and all that stuff. And you could see the bones of the storyline in the existing one. But they threw that all out the window because, for whatever reason, they decided not to go with that. And I say for whatever reason because there's inconsistent information on that. But the long and the short of it is that they decided that because they can't prevent the player from literally going back to Orgrimmar to hit the auction house, they decided to adjust the story so that there's effortless travel between the two. It's a hand wave. And it is hand waved in exactly the same way that we can hand wave going to the past in Elpsis so easily, and how we hand wave going to the edge of reality so easily. It's pure hand wavium, as someone had said in chat earlier. Now, the catch, of course, and the reason this is so similar is because we need to decide if we would give Warlords a negative for that. It's a story. Because it is a story problem. It is actively detrimental to the story. And the reason this is a direct comparison is because in the game we're playing right now, the same thing's happening. If it was a pure gameplay conceit, no issue. That's just an MMO being an MMO. But the narrative has made multiple references to the fact that we can go back to the past whenever we want to. In fact, it's happened 4 times so far. I haven't even seen one of them because, again, I'm not doing the raid series for this particular stream. But it's an ongoing thing. It's still being a thing, you know what I mean? And so the question becomes, would we give Warlords that negative? Because if we would, we should give this that negative for the exact same reason. Now, Warlords is worse about it. Because, holy crap. When does Warlords give narrative indication you can freely travel to Draenor? Probably the exact moment that you open up a portal and a bajillion people from Orgrimmar walk in casually to dump, you know, materials, and the literal hundreds of NPCs from Azeroth who casually show up in Warlords because they happen to be there, including Nessingwary of all people. So I guess the answer to your question, Lunaruth, would be constantly. See, what I was thinking, Asdamine, was giving this game a negative for it, and probably giving Warlords multiple negatives for it. Because the reason Warlords is worse is, in Warlords, it's not just us. Anybody can just bounce back and forth between the two. It's silly. It's like there's a frickin' door, and you just go into the past, into a pocket timeline, which is doomed. Let's ignore that for a second. And then head through, and then blah, 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 blah. Whereas in here, it's just us, which is less bad. But it is still the same narrative problem. Even if it leads to good narrative stuff, which it can and has, the fact remains, we're just doing it casually. And the comparison even continues because in both Warlords and FF14, the initial time travel was very difficult. Like, we required all of Elidibus's extended energy and the Crystal Tower and the specific precise connection to the past, thanks to Type 1 time travel, in order to be able to do the initial vague jump back, at which point we were then given a full body to interact with the past. Same thing in Warlords. They required the giant freaking dark portal, which had huge amounts of fell energy dumped into it, and a Titan artifact, which functioned in a way that uniquely allowed it to connect 2 points in time, because that's one of the things that stupid thing could do. I'll talk about this when we get to the Warlords series of the Lorecraft series. And then you could come through the portal. And you see the comparisons, right? In both cases, it's this huge, extensive effort, but now we can just go to the past whenever afterwards. I don't know why I'm debating this. This is absolutely a negative. Negative to story. Casual time travel. And Wavium time travel. Yes, absolutely casual. Because, so, okay, in both games, they suffer for it, because, let me talk this through. In both Warlords and in Endwalker, they could have bypassed this issue completely. Because if this was a pure gameplay thing, there's no issues here. If this was just a thing where you can warp there because it's a zone in the game, and you can do the quests there as if you were doing them when you did them the first time, that's a gameplay conceit. No issues, no problems, no negatives. But the problem is they keep having narratives from outside of these zones, leading into the zones, and then like kind of the dovetailing thing, right? So they're emphasizing in narrative how casual it is, as opposed to keeping it an aspect of pure gameplay. And that's an MMO problem, because they didn't have to do that. But they wanted to have more time. They wanted to use the assets, is what this really boils down to. They wanted to have the series of progression and the usage of the assets, and they wanted these new zones to be zones. If you're paying attention to the Studium quest in particular, which we've been doing, each one of the Studium quests is go to Sharlayan or Thavnir, go to Thavnir or Sharlayan, go to Garlemald, go to the past, and then go to the end of reality, and then finish up, right? Now, that's not been perfect, but the point is, it's a typical MMO progression. You have a Studium quest per zone, because that's the progression of the zones, but they didn't have to do that. They could have done this in any manner they wanted to, but they specifically wrote it so it would weave through it, right? I actually agree with that Warcraft code, because one of the things they could have done narratively is mentioned that Khadgar is one of the, if not the best portalmancers in all of Azeroth. Like, he is top freaking tier. So the idea of Khadgar being able to make a connection for us to be able to go back and connect with our garrison would actually make a degree of sense. Like really limit the pipe, so to speak, right? And make it so that we connect back with the garrison and back in the Blasted Lands and build, get resources going there, and fight back against that, blah, blah. The problem with that is that would actually work better if we never destroyed the Dark Portal on our end, if we never shut the pipe, so to speak. I mean, if I was rewriting Warlords, I would say that instead of shutting down the pipe, we claim a beachhead right at the portal. And then it still maintains that same, barely desperately surviving in a hostile alien world vibe. But instead of being cut off, it's more like we have one little spot. And we have to very, very, very slowly push our way back out and try to claim territory as we go, right? And yeah, you could put dailies there to fight things. You could actually have events, which WoW has started dipping their toes into, etc., etc. There's ways you could have done that. Yeah, exactly. Make the starter zone Tanan instead of Frostfire and Shadowmoon. Slowly push out into Draenor. Now, of course, all of this is flawed because the precepts of all of this is we should do Outland again. Oh, wait, people didn't like Cataclysm. Oh, shoot. All right, let's change all of our plans and instead do an alternate past timeline of Draenor. Okay. But ignoring that for a moment. Point being, they decided to make it a narrative connecting thread, and that's why that's a negative. A deliberate decision to just say, it's whatever, actively hurts the narrative, and that is the definition of a negative to story. I'm muted. See you around, Blue Alex. Sorry. Have a good one, man. Okay. I know that's not how they're pronounced, but I like that those horses over there are called hippies. I know it's terrible, Pillars of Snow. I'm so sorry. Alright. Now that I've finished talking out that negative, I always got to give... I've always got to go through the ringer to give a negative. Let's talk about Gum-Gum's question. So, tracing a lineage and ancestral lines is important to Krychia for some reason, and is seen to the significance of heirlooms such as the Exorza. This is an intricate ornament sculpture, holding little value in terms of raw materials such as wood, rope, and paint, but its true value is sentimentality. As each the Exorza is a type of item. Okay, it's a picture of family's history. Each generation adds to the design, leaving more intricate than before. That's interesting, especially since it would be so easy for that to break. And I wonder what cultural consequences there would be for that breaking. Like, is that something they consider a sign? Do they consider that normal? Is it something horribly, like, is it something where people are like, oh my god, I can't believe you broke the family tree, you're banished forever. Maybe they do that as a regular ritual. Maybe that's something they do deliberately, like, alright, we have now been 5 generations in. Snap. I mean, we saw how Sirius Black was literally removed from a family tree. Upon meeting a stranger for the first time, it is customary for them to exchange gifts, and the meeting of several clans is marked by celebration. That's pretty weird. It's the Int moot. During wartime, they wouldn't need to protect convoys, nor would they need ships. Wait, what? They wouldn't need to protect trade convoys. Why? Nor would they need to ship tens of millions of marines. Their major targets are just to tank right away, because this enormous fleets of warships spreading power aren't a huge priority. I don't understand anything that you just typed. Are they a land-based power? Because if they're a land-based power, you could just say they're a land-based power. They're Russia. I get it. Cool. They're trying to get to the Black Sea. Alright, the Ottomans are getting in the way. Alright, we're going to try to get to the Black Sea. Okay, the Prussians are getting in the way. Okay, we're going to try to get to the Black Sea. Oh, they fight in space. That makes even less sense. And now I gotta mute myself because they're coming back for some reason. They do it every Wednesday, too, which means there's got to be, like, a weekly Assassin's drop. How many people are getting assassinated that they need a weekly drop? My god. Alright. Right. There we go. Have some carrot nibbles. Very important. Oh. There we go. Delicious carrot nibbles. Because what you're telling me, Gum Gum, is that this space-bound power that fights in space is a tank ride away from everyone and doesn't need a fleet to protect its trade convoys while at war. Speaking of which, completely off topic, Battletech is apparently really good now. I gotta say it that way because, you know, I haven't played it since it came out. But my brother-in-law has been playing through it with all the DLCs, and apparently it's pretty legit. Okay, I got you some fish from the past. Negative to story. Lore, I've just finished my preliminary analysis of the Smaragdos, and needless to say, it proved truly fascinating. Incidentally, I recently overheard some of the senior members of the faculty discussing the ways in which the world was sundered. It's led me to wonder just how far back you traveled. I've heard long rumors of a collective goblin scientists who are attempting to traverse this fabric of time itself, but to be honest, I always thought it was mere jest. Are you referencing Alexander? But I will not ask you to reveal your secrets. Not now. You've provided me exactly what I need. Yep, no, we casually time traveled. And At any rate, examining the relative state of the Smargosa scales, it appears quite evident the level of ether in the underwater currents fluctuated even in the pre-Zodiac days. That said, the shifts appear much gentler compared to present day. I suspect the inflated ether levels of the moon, caused by the presence of Zodiac, are the presence of the key of this change. Yada freaking yada. So, it was pandemonium! I feel like I must do more than just identify what's happening. How can I sit here in my office poring over specimens and tomes while these poor creatures are suffering? Thank you for coming. I'm pleased to say, with Lord's help, I'm finally able to finish my thesis. Oh, wow. Congrats. You went to the past. Yeah, it's weird. Casual time travel. Truth be told, as the senior faculty of the Studium have been aware of this form of travel of time for some time now. Sadly, as much as I argued your case, I was strictly forbidden from granting you access to it. Fortunately, you are to have lore at your side. You're welcome. So if I'm promoted to full professorship, I might gain access to that knowledge as well. And I might work even harder to that goal. And yet at the same time, I find myself with a dilemma. Is it not selfish of me to focus on my own area of research at a time like this? It is not my duty as a scholar to help in a more concrete manner. Very astute questions. You must find your own answer. Of course, none would object if you were to publish your findings. There are plenty of academics who are driven wholly by their own curiosity, who devote their entire lives to their studies and research for its own sake. There's also a demand for another type of researcher, one who uses their findings to seek out tangible solutions to the problems of the world. Your research has brought you... You ever heard of the concept of pure math? It's a little surprised you might find new motivation from their presence. Yet at the end of the day, it is your choice to make. You must decide what inspires you most as a scholar. That is all I can say. As always, he's given me much to ponder. Up until now, I'd simply been enjoying the mysteries of the world through my research. Only now have I realized there's more to it than that. Forgive me. I must do one more quest. I'm apparently a fantastic fisher. Ah, lore. Pleasure as always. I fear I haven't quite made up my mind. I bet we're going to go to the edge of the reality here. Please don't be overly concerned. I fully intend to finish writing my thesis for the upcoming conference. At the same time, I can't stop thinking about it. What should I do? Join me for a talk. Okay. So, hang on. So, they only fight defensively, even though their trade convoys aren't in danger and aren't being defended, so they just let them get pirated and destroyed, I imagine. And because they're fighting defensively, they either never get anywhere with their wars or slowly lose, because that's how defensive actions work. But they also fight in open space, which completely contradicts the idea that they lure people into friendly bases. So I officially have no idea what you're on about at this point. So I give up. Hi, Gossie. Snow. It's time to go snow fishing. Ah, thank you for coming. Do you require how he considered me to encourage me to consider what path would most inspire me? Had I not met you, I would have used my ether sickness as an excuse to stay cooped up in the Studium forever. I would have given up on research entirely. Thanks to you, I was able to obtain the data I sought and complete my thesis. I must soar to greater heights. I must obtain data from the moon itself. Okay, I'll go fishing on the moon. Honestly, that doesn't bother me as much as fishing in the past. Actually, yeah. Perhaps you should seek advice with those who exist within the moon. Yeah, sure. I mean, at least the moon's just right there and now, and it's just a spaceship, which we can attune to and have. Yes, that's no moon. I tried really hard not to make that joke when we first went up there. Yeah, speaking of which, here we are, the moon. For anybody who hasn't seen it. This is what the moon actually looks like in real life. Who knew? Well, hello there, Lore. What brings you here today? It's knowledge way? Fishing way? Strikes me as a rather curious thing to be researching, but to each their own, I suppose. At any rate, I believe we have the representative specimen of the aquatic ecosystem. The lunar lamenter. They're known to have a fondness for gray worms. Okay. I don't have any gray worms, do I? I do not. Where do I get gray worms? Yeah, no, I appreciate it. It just sounds like there's some good and some bad, but honestly, that's sort of what I was expecting. I'm not sure when the last update was. All I know is my brother-in-law this week went back to Battletech and has been enjoying it. He hasn't played it since launch either, so... Do you sell gray worms? Hey! Okay, now I need to go to... up there. Where's that? And then 30. That's gonna be over there. Chunking way. You know, they never did explain that, did they? We beat Zodiark and then that happened, and it hasn't come up again since. I suppose you could argue it's just all the Umbral aspected ether still, you know, bleeding out into the space. But yeah, you'd think, like, this doesn't look normal. No, I don't think I have Giga Pudding. I'm assuming it's a new one, based on your terminology. So, 22... Nope. Ah, here we go. Here it is. Oh, time to fish on the moon. Oh, don't say that, Wenlock. That story thread has never actually been followed through on. In any substantial manner. Oh, shoot. Did I switch? I did not. Switch. Switch. There we go. It's bubbling. I mean, we've already fished in lava, but we're fishing in bubbling water on the moon. At this point, whatever. I'm sorry, Euston Corp. I feel like I'm falling behind a little bit here. Listen, Loke, it'll be delicious. I'll just add some salt. A lot of salt. Oh my god, thank you. Oh, yacht attack. Thank you, Gossie. Very much appreciate. If you know where you want that one to go, do please let me know. Yeah, just go with it. Just go with it. It's cool. It's cool. Yep, okay, we're good. Valhalla. You got it. One moment. Get out of this menu, and I'll jot that down. You say that, but the next dungeon we'll be doing, once everyone's on, is going after the big cheese. The name of the quest is even cutting the cheese. Listen, Loke, you don't even know how good of a cook I am. I can even make ramen taste good. Oh. I'm amused by that. Pig pudding. Hey, I got you fish. Here you go. It apparently smells, is what he just said. So this is the sort of creature that dwells in the lunar seas. I can't wait to dig in and start examining it. There's no telling until I see the data. I'm quite confident this discovery will allow me to revise my theory and complete my thesis. I'll be making a presentation of the phenomenon, but I've never been good at talking to the senior faculty. Maybe you could visit? Sure. Hi, I'm here for the thing. Is that the known bugs thing I was just looking at, US and Core? Thank you for assembling, everyone. I am, Freak out, freak out, freak out. That's a small crowd, too. It's okay, dude. You got this. Be calm. My presentation is titled Ether Tide, on the waxing and waning of the ether levels in underwater currents. Simply put, my hypothesis is thus. When the world's underwater ether ebb and flow, we actually already know all this stuff, so I'm just going to kind of skip through this. Lord, Zodiac is no more. Stuff has happened, stuff has changed. Everything's dead. Everything's on fire. Hate this song. Hey, I'll just turn the music off. No! Needless to say, this would be all mere speculation if not for corroboration by concrete data. So that, look at page 14 in your booklets. Fascinating. Many scholars stubbornly stick to their initial convictions despite circumstance, but you clearly have taken even the most recent developments into consideration in fleshing out your thesis. Yeah, he never changed his core precept. I don't know why you're praising him for not. Utilizing my findings in combination with alchemical techniques, I believe I've crafted a spell that may help to stabilize underwater ether currents. I believe this to be my greatest accomplishment. Isolating the relationship between the moon and the underwater ether currents was an important first step. But helping those suffering creatures will be more important in the end. Our planet is currently in a state of transition. I suspect the imbalance in ether levels will continue for quite some time. And so I intend to do everything in my power to minimize the effect of this on both beast and man until our etheric environment stabilizes and returns to normal. Well, thank you. We'll continue to attend that poor beast in the harbor. We wish you the best of luck. He did it! This scene does not deserve this song, to be blunt. It's already over. But you did it! I mean, that's horrific as a legal justification, Gum. Also, it's almost impossible to prove. So you could just say, oh yeah, I had to mass murder that person and their entire family and steal all their stuff. Because at the time, I thought X, Y, and Z. Anyways, he's been promoted to a tenured professor. Woo! So apparently all the professors wear Alexander's armor. That's, no comment, I suppose. I always believed in his potential, but you're awesome. I mean, yeah, they just farmed Alexander in order to learn the secrets of time travel so we could go back and catch fish! Pay attention, Gundanium! God! Sorry. Yep. I like how the biggest accomplishment they say is that we went to the moon. Even though it's so much easier to go to the moon than to the past! But, whatever. At this point, just whatever. And hey, it's a boss fight from that one dungeon. This has been almost a 2-hour quest change, just for fishing. I hope the other ones aren't quite this long. We'll find out in a minute, because we're going to do Goldsmith next. Retire? What are you saying? I was always going to retire. But wait, I had to wait until you got promoted to make sure that you could do what I could do. You have passed on the torch, yada yada yada. Yeah, no, fishing was the longest back in the mean, too. Well, as it happens, no, USN Corp. So we'll see how terrible this is going to go. I don't know, Wenlock. It's the only thing I don't like about it, too. Right, perception. I'm supposed to get perception. We did it! We're a master fisher. It'll be fine, USN Corp. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything is perfect forever. Nothing will ever go wrong ever again. Okay, hang on. So let's look this up. Hang on, shall we? I've suddenly been told to change plans and do weaving first. So hang on, let's Google something else. Wait, weaving is good or goldsmith is good? Which one of these is good? So we need to not do that one. Sorry, Gamerscape really takes a while to load, so it's just kind of whatever. Well, yeah, we're obviously doing cooking last. We always do cooking last. It's been so consistently good in so many expansions. That's just a pattern at this point. Okay, so what are we looking at here? Okay, whoops. Just closed the review document on accident. Don't mind me. Unfortunately, there's no easy guide for this, but we could cross-reference a little bit. Time to go dump money on the auction house. Wow, a planet can hold 250,000 people. That's pretty impressive, Gunga. I'm sorry. I'm guessing what you actually mean is that the types of buildings that they put on planets, the barracks, if you will, can hold 250k. So let's just see if we can easy mode this. Yep. Okay. None of that. It's not even there yet, is it? Is it here? No, it's not. See you around, Warcraft code. Happy pre-Elden Ring. Inventory's getting a little bit full. Let's do this really quick. I wish to sell items. Sell this for free. Sell this for free. Sell this for free. Enjoy. Auction house. Oh, absolutely, Yosencore. Please do link. Because both sites I was using did not help. And I could probably get rid of the bait, too. Because I'll never fish ever again. Ever, ever, ever. So, let's get that. And get that. Get out of my inventory. Get out of my inventory. Get out of here. Oh, I used 30 leeches in my fishing excavations. I'll keep the lures. And we'll keep the fish for right now, just in case. Eat that. It's nowhere near as gigapuddings. Okay. Okay. Hey, my materia is already selling. Wait, okay, fine. 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12. I'm sure anyone deserves that, Zach Taft. Who keeps snapping fingers over here? Got it. Oh, I have no idea, Silver Mask. Do you mean in total or just for this run? Okay, am I just spelling this wrong? I'm gonna assume it's a gold ingot. And it's just wrong. Those are a little expensive. Okay, I'm really tired of hearing that guy snap his fingers over and over. So, stop it. Here, we're in town, right? Oh, of course, then he leaves. Well, the run's been going since February 11th, but I don't know the exact number of days. In total, however... Really? Okay. Fine. I've been playing for 96 days, 1 hour and 53 minutes. You know, some people just do this in this game. I think it's people who secretly wanted to play EVE Online and were like, you know, that's a little bit too much for me. So they do this instead. Yep, EVE Online, but with cat girls. Makes perfect sense. I mean, if you think about it, it's the one thing EVE Online is missing. What is a Luncheon toad? Why do I want its leather? You know what's really sad is I was getting into EVE Online. Because the structure of the game was fine, but the content of the game was not. And then, of course, there's the other players, which are the worst part of the game. So, you know, that kind of pushed me away. You know, that's true. WoW doesn't have cat girls. Think about it, WoW. You could fix it. It's a solvable problem. I know what you're thinking. They can't add new races to WoW. Yeah, they add new races every expansion. Just not playable races. But they can make these playable for only $5.99. Get the Catgirl subscription. One more bundle. The next thing I need to find is some macros to actually do these crafts. Because I haven't actually crafted anything in a really long time. Hey, Variontron. You know, without a macro. Yeah, I was actually telling my sister just this Monday, just this week, that I don't think she'd enjoy this game. And she was like, why? And I was like, well, it's got a really good story and fun boss fights and lots of cool stuff, and healing's fun. She likes to heal. She's like, okay, that sounds like it'd be something I enjoy. Then I described her the interface. Now, you may think that I am intolerant, and well, at least some of my viewers seem to think I am intolerant of bad interface decisions. But no, I'm actually quite tolerant of bad interface decisions. I can put up with a lot of crap in order to play a game that's otherwise good. She is much less tolerant of what I like to call little irritations. Having to click, to click, to click, to click is something that'll get on her nerves very quickly. The last thing she needs is another source of irritation right now. It's the paper cuts problem, you know? I'm confused why I only need 4 of an item to make 6 of an item, but I'm just going to not question this and assume it knows what it's talking about. Surely the guide would not, you know... I'm about to be pissed off. Let's just wander over here for a second. Let's confirm our pissed offness. Are we a Weaver right now? We're a Weaver. Cool. What? Okay, you're part of the astronomy section. Cool. You joined us. You joined the astronomy club to gain free access to their telescope. However, you have to contribute to the national project, so you cannot use the telescope anymore. So you want me to help you craft stuff so you can contribute to things, so you can keep using the telescope. So why don't you just make your own telescope? Why is this the weaving quest? The funding would be astronomical. What kind of telescope are we talking about here exactly? Yeah, like Goldsmith, I could kind of understand. But like... Well, no, this is the Goldsmith one right here. So this is the Goldsmith one right here. That's Culinarian. Anyways, back to being a weaver. That actually is a good question, Wenlock. I think it would be more an absence of a positive situation, though. So something like, for example, WoW, which enables you to save things locally or server-side, could be its own, positive for the way that could work. And honestly, most MMOs save settings server-side for obvious reasons, so that no matter where you play the game, you always get your settings, your setup. Is it still in the buyback time, Lunarith? I think that's a thing in this game. It's not in buyback. Never mind. 87.96% of the people you've approached have approached you have had words dripping with honey looking to take advantage of your purse strings. Really? Okay. Anyways, I hope you like some hot auction house action, because I'm about 80% certain we're about to go right back to the auction house and spend approximately 5 to 6 times the amount of money we just spent. Which I may actually not have. We'll see. I have no idea how buyback works in 14. I've literally never used it. So I actually don't know. I wasn't even sure if 14 had a buyback. I was just assuming it did. Only as long as you have the shop window open. Ouch. Inventory sorting while we're here. Yeah, I can finally get rid of these stupid things. Use that crap again. So I need to make a star lens instead of a telescope. Which is much cheaper, maybe. And there's this dude. Okay. I already don't like the visual comparison between these two characters. Apparently they've been friends since childhood. I thought you'd grow out of this eventually, but you insist on immersing yourself in this tedious, unrewarding work. You're pupils of the Studium. It's all but blasphemy to whittle away the best of your years, nose stuck between dusty old tomes. Now, why don't you set aside that wayward aspiration and join me in the Faculty of Literature? We might even be able to fetch you a decent-looking bride. I've recently joined the Poetry Lovers Club. We speak on love and life while sipping the finest of teas. Does that not sound pleasurable to you? Was it not you who introduced me to the wonder of his astronomy? What made you lose interest in the subject? That's neither here nor there. I'm just worried you're wasting your time. Promise me you'll think on it, okay? Sure. So, was that your friend? I must apologize for not introducing you. That was Jeromere, a childhood friend of mine. Ever since I can remember, we would stand our nights together, gazing up at the stars. It was a decade ago when it happened. We took part in an astronomer's workshop. One night, we were looking up at the night sky and spotted a mysterious blue light. Including it was an unidentified celestial body, we immediately notified the Studium's faculty of astronomy. No matter how much they searched, they weren't able to find the light. In the end, they chalked it up to the ramblings of imaginative school children. Out of sheer frustration, we joined the faculty to prove the azure body. Jeromer, being a summer older than I, enrolled first. When I finally entered, I thought he was a different person. All the vestiges of him were gone. The promise we made another forgotten. Ever timid and easily cowed, I don't see how I could ever accomplish this alone. He was leading the way. Without him, I am lost. Senpai. Get a hold of yourself. Smack. A little forceful there. Please don't be upset. I am very upset. I will brutally butcher you if you don't make this a telescope and find the azure star. And make me hate these quests. Okay. Hi. I would like to do this first thing. Let's see here. I guess, hang on. Do you want... Yes, I know how this works. Thank you. Starland's braces. Story, maybe? Ah, there we go. Studium. Hey! Okay, this is just really confusing now. So the reason I thought I would be upset is I was looking at this site that US Incorp linked me, and it says you need 6 golden plating, which means you need 6 mithril ingots, 6 nuggets, and 12 things, which, yeah, no, that totally tracks, right? So I bought enough to buy all of that. But looking down at the culinarian thing, like, there's a bit where you need to make 6 absorbic additives? And that 6 absorbic additives requires 4 coconut milk, 1 sap, and 1 seeds. So you can see the problem here, right? Whatever. We'll get there when we get there. Okay, so what is this? Yeah, I was assuming that what had happened was it was telling me the wrong numbers, that it's actually 6 per, and I need to get 36 of each of these items. But it looks like it actually was accurate, at least for this one, since whatever. It also looks like I'm going to have to redo, well, no, actually. It looks like, yep, nope, I'm going to have to redo several of these. Not all of them, though. Like, I have to make 6 mechanical voice boxes, which requires 1 chondrite ingot. Okay, that's cool. I can adapt. We're cool. Let's go adapt. Let's go just get this done. Jesus. No, it's okay. It's not your fault, US Incorp. And honestly, this is a lot easier than it would have been to do cross-referencing and doing this manually, which would have, you know, made this take even longer than it already has. So I appreciate you. It's just, you can see why I started stalling a little bit. Like, why does that require 1? Like, something requiring 6 or 12 makes perfect sense, because we need 6, but 1? Okay, so we need 5 of these. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure. Actually, we already have 6 of those. By coincidence, we've already bought enough of those. Star quartz. Yeah, we need 5 of these, because we only got the 1. So, hey, 5. Alright. We need Phrygian. I hope these are actually Phrygian gold ingots, because there are no other Phrygian ingots. Hoping on that one. Okay, so I need 12 of those. So I actually just need 2 more. And then we've got, hang on, so scroll down. So those are good, those are good, those are good, those are good. Okay, so we're good on the actual question we're doing right now, so that's good. It looks like the first culinarian is good. The second one is not, so we need... So we already get... Hang on. We already got... We got tons of oil, so we're good on that. Garden beet sugar, There we go. Okay, so we're good on that. So we need 24. So we need 18 palm sugar. That's a lot. Let's just grab that. Boom. Or actually, hang on. There, that one. Covered on palm sugar. We need 2 amaras, so we'll just grab those. And tender blossoms. Whoops. Some, of which we need 5. And we have oil, which we have plenty of, and grade that stuff. So grade 5 mined. And we need 20 of those? Jeez, you weren't kidding, Gundunium. Jeez Louise. Okay, so we need... Yep, no, we need 20 of those. There. Long. The good news is this isn't going to absolutely destroy my wallet like I was worried it was going to. This is a irritant, but it could be a much worse irritant. So coconut milk. We need 24 of that. We'll just grab 24 of that and say screw it. For cannon sap, of which we need 5. Finally, 6 of these. Which will buy 9. There, okay. I think that's everything. Now we have to figure out a macro. So we're doing... What is the locked box over here? Okay, whatever. Alright. So this is a difficulty 80. I was gonna say, I don't care about stats at all. Because I don't care about collectability, because I don't care about scripts, and I don't care about experience. There's no care. Just doing this for the story, literally. Oh, neck. So we'll do it once without a macro and just see how we handle it. Also, it's starting to drill into my brain a little bit, and we're going to be here for several more hours, so... That's new. Oh, right, we need to get within that range of collectability. Got it. Okay. Can't do trained eye, because it's not low enough level. Yeah, sure, we'll do that. And then we want... that. Okay. Let's just do this again. Yeah, I was gonna say, that looks new to me. I just want to see what this does really quick. Okay. Guess we're done. Interesting. Okay. Hi, Mr. Red. I have a headache too, although that mine's environmentally related. There is yet another pressure front moving through here, which is shoving the temperature way up. And also rain. Gotta have rain. Very important. This. 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 Too much, but whatever. Yeah, since I'll be doing this a lot, I should probably actually rearrange a little bit here. So we're going to be doing that, that, and then that, and that, and then that. Just line it up. No, I didn't. No, I didn't need to talk to you. Thank you, Mr. Red. As always. And as ever. Can I just make these now? I might just do that. Just get this out of the friggin' way, And thank you for watching my show, Gundenium. Even though I give negatives to games, I will put that towards dealer's choice. Okay, so I need 3 more of these stupid things. I struggle to think of any agency anywhere that could actually do a system-wide purge. Like, imagine trying to erase information on the internet right now. Like, it's not impossible. Kind of impossible. It's leaning towards it. It's leaning that way. I mean, it's just, there's no way. There's actually no way in hell you could actually get rid of information in any kind of modern society on such a grand scale. That's just not feasible. Now, you could get rid of it, normally. You can make sure that most normal outlets don't have it. Like, you can remove something from Wikipedia, but removing something from the planet? That's not happening. What is going on behind me? Yeah, I really hope someday FF14 can implement the WoW wardrobe system and transmog system, because it's amazing. Yeah, you can remove it from search results, although even that has its own problems. This. Did not mess with it. Where's the lens? Oh, there it is. Why is that over there? God's sakes. I can sort my inventory, but I can't sort my inventory when I'm crafting. I do have... Yeah, I have 90 gear. I thought so. Pretty sure I'm decked out in 90 gears. I know, right, Gigapudding? Like, I don't want to sound ungrateful. I'm happy that they increased the size of our wardrobe, but honestly, that's it. You know? Jesus Christ, this is taking a minute. Okay. Hold this up. There we go. How do you have a monopoly on xenoarchaeology? Do they have a monopoly on ships? And transportation? Like, what's to stop, to use a random example, one random professor whose name is, I don't know, Jones or something like that, should just decide, hey, I want to go out and study this place. Speaking of Borderlands, we have continued to play Borderlands 3 and it's continued to disappoint us. We did an entire quest chain about spreading dank memes in order to increase someone's bandwidth cap because they've been getting lag while playing video games. And it's totally a real profession playing video games professionally. Please stop making fun of me. Wink, wink. And I cannot put into words how bad this quest was. Like, you probably think, oh, that sounds funny, and you'd be wrong. Because it's actually so aggressively unfunny that it stopped being not funny and went into actually negative territory. Every single one of us in chat were like, really? Like, I'm not even going into the full details of this. Like, it hits every button, too. It's this kid who's like, oh my god, you gotta go up, remove this bandwidth limiter, because bandwidth limiters are worse than Hitler. And it's the whole thing is so exaggerated past the point of nonsense. And you literally have to go, and he starts describing the memes that he's doing. And they're really dumb. Like, you think This Is Thancred is dumb? No. This is a whole new level of dumb on top of that. I'm not going to describe some of them out loud, because I don't feel like inflicting this upon you. So I need, guess this one, right? Shoot, I lost the page. There we go. Yep, amplifier, and then conductor. Oh, and by the way, specifically the memes we need to do are the ones that are younger than 10 seconds old, because all memes that are older than 10 seconds old are bad memes. Now, you might think, what does it have to do with increasing his bandwidth? Well, his bandwidth was so bad, and the bandwidth capping was so bad that his memes were showing up to him longer than 10 seconds, which meant they were no longer good memes. I got nothing. Once we finished the quest chain, he was like, oh, thank goodness you finished the quest chain. But I'm gonna retire from playing video games. I'm not 14 anymore. I'm just, it's passed me by. I'm not even gonna explain to you the part that really pissed us off, since all four of us are former or current IT professionals. and how he was describing exactly how it is he was going to uncap his bandwidth. I'll give you a hint, it involved explosives. And also memes. Did you download RAM? That might have been actually something approaching funny, so no. No, there wasn't, Mr. Ed. I had to think about that for a second, but no was the answer. Immediately next to that quest was a quest where we did for Tommy Wiseau. Wiseau, however you pronounce his stupid name. The way that quest worked out was he had us go murder a bunch of people while constantly speaking bad English and insulting us. Once we had finished being insulted by him, he walks over and starts giving his acceptance speech for having made the best film in the universe of all time. This entire speech is unskippable, and if you walk away, the comms take over, so you get to keep hearing it. Now, actually, this is a good feature in the game. The way it works is if you're not physically present to an NPC, it transitions over to the radio. So you can hear them no matter how far you are away. And again, that's actually a good feature. It means you can hear the quests progressing no matter where you are. Unfortunately, it also means you can hear the press progressing no matter where you are. How long is the speech? So, fun fact, the game has a bit of the Grand Theft Auto 4 problem, where you can interrupt dialogue with another dialogue. They don't play over each other. The new one just cancels the previous one. Now, we have gotten pretty good at standing still at obvious points where it's going to indicate a new story beat, because we want to listen to the dialogue, obviously. But in this one and only one case, we very specifically ran over to another quest to start a new quest to shut him the hell up. So I don't know how long the speech was. I didn't listen to all of it. Is there anything good in this game? Actually, yes. The guns in specific are some of the better designed guns in this type of game in general. There's still some RNG into what affixes and suffixes are attached to them, but the long and the short of it is the guns are good. They've got great viscerality and great impact, and they tend to be very enjoyable. Sort of. Now, there's kind of an asterisk attached to that. We've actually already reached the point, and we're about at the halfway point of the game. We've already reached the point where we are ignoring everything that isn't legendary, because the way the game scales its own items is arguably wrong. What I mean by that is, let's say I have an item level, I'll use a specific example, an item level 520 sniper rifle, and an item level 391 legendary assault rifle. Which of these do you think does more damage per second? The previous one's a purple, by the way. Yeah, the orange does better, despite being 129 item levels lower level. It's actually really frustrating, because we have already reached the point where there is absolutely no point in looting anything that is not an orange. And again, we're not that far into the game. Also, orange items are almost universally lower item level than anything else, so that's not great. Oh, for God's sakes, game. I'm not exhausted at all, are you kidding me? This has been a bit of a break. I don't have to end every stream by sitting down, completely rehauling my setup, doing a recording, editing the recording, rendering a recording, uploading the recording. doing large amounts of paperwork after every game, which in some cases was either 1 or 2 games per day. Now, this has been a break for me. Streaming 1 game long term, much less work. Ironically. It's okay, the next game's long, too. Or short. It's down to, what, 4 minutes for the speedrun? I'm actually curious, what is the current speedrun record, any percent, for Elden Ring? Like, how low has it gotten? Six or 8 minutes, Jesus. I mean, I believe it. That's how it be. 6 minutes and 59 seconds. Jeez Louise. Well, considering how collectivist they are, Gum Gum, I'd be surprised if they weren't. Like, actually surprised. Yep, sorry. I'm secretly going to be beating Elden Ring in 7 minutes. My bad. That was always my evil plan. Oh yeah, the RPG block when we get there will be several long games in a row. I mean, pretty much every game left on the list is medium or up. We finished the short games. That's why we kind of bundled those together. It's all long all the time. I actually don't remember what's after Elden Ring. I haven't even looked at the thing yet. Looked at the list lately. Or the queue, excuse me. Head On is apparently after Elden Ring. Oh, there you go. I know at least one person, and only one person, no, I'm joking, who'll be interested in that. Yeah, it's apparently like a 30-hour game for an FPS. I don't know how the hell that's going to happen. That just sounds insane to me. Well, whatever, we'll get there. Like, Half-Life is that long. Yeah, I know we've got a little bit of a miscellaneous thing before we hit any other major blocks, which is on purpose. Give people a little variety after, you know, FF14. Speaking of being bored, oh my god! Okay, I'm gonna take a very quick AFK here, just to stretch for a second. Good lord, I'll be right back. Me neither, Gigapudding. Jesus. We might literally not finish the Studium stuff today. Which, considering an entire patch of MSQ takes, you know, less than that time, that's not great. Okay, here. Take your damn stuff. Oh my god. I do apologize. This is all on me. I should have done all this stuff off camera. I had no time to do this off camera. I woke up late this morning. I almost didn't start on time. I'm going to start reading at my pace because let's get on with it, to be completely blunt. So he's like, you should make the best of your life because he's the best summers of your life. Are you familiar with the concept of barbecues? Barbecues? It's a culinary practice originating from the archipelagos off the coast of the New World. Cuts of meat thoroughly braised over the span of half a day. Many of our peers prefer studying alone in dreary silence, but that's not so for the Poetry Club. We gather around the fire of the barbecue, discussing the finer points of literature, reciting poetry, and watch the meat smoke and sear. The flames will ignite your heart large enough to propel you into action. At long last, you'll be able to declare your undying love for that homely yet somehow still alluring girl. What do you say? What? Come on, join us. Just have one taste. You'll realize what you're missing out on. Listen, you're bold and elegantly. Unlike you, I am a solitary creature. Just the thought of eating across from another is enough to send chills down my spine. Alright, be honest, how many of you relate to that? Nonsense. At least you take meals with your peers. You're my only friend. I'm leaving the town music on, because I just don't care at this point. I never learned how to make friends. They don't teach you that at school. No, they don't. They also do. Let's not get into that. This is but further evidence you mustn't remain here alone and isolated. I shall continue to visit until I get it through your thick skull. I knew it, Gigapudding. They just don't know the great, let's go with refreshing flavor of Gigapudding. He has so many friends who, unlike me, are all outgoing and full of cheer. He seems to be having so much fun. If only I could be more like him. You'll get there. If you want to. And if you don't, that's okay, too. Believe it or not. Now join us or die. Why is this song on this list? Alright. We must make more parts. Listen, Gigapudding. I won't kill him. You will. Thanks to his encouragement, my heart, which was weak as a marmot, has grown a bit tougher. Tough to match pudding! I'm sorry, did he literally say that? Yeah, no, tough enough to match pudding. That's actually what he said, word for word. Honestly, no, Blade Travel. I have so far done nothing but give negatives for these quests. The only one... let me walk that back. The other one, the Gathering one was good. Like, legitimately. I liked the Gathering one. Gameplay-wise, it was well-constructed to not be a negative. Story-wise, it was awesome. The fishing one was boring and irritating, and this one so far has not been impressing me. And that's all we've managed in the last 3 hours, is 1.5 quest chains. So, you can see why I'm a little bit right now. Matchmaker's the good one, correct. Thankfully, I just crafted all this crap so we can immediately move on with it. I mean, yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. The Disney Tarzan has nothing to do with the Tarzan books. That's why it's better than them. So. God, your outfit's terrible. Sequestering yourself in such quarters will eventually take toll on your mental health. That's actually true. What does fun entail? I'm going to illustrate. This morning I began with a splendid cup of freshly brewed coffee from the last stand. Shortly thereafter, we gathered at Ox Landing to perform a public poetry recital. His expression makes me want to punch him. I have no poems to recite. It is the spirit that counts. I suppose I can give it a try if it means I can be more like you. Do not be like him. Perfect music for this. A soul shrouded by the dark abyss. The tears that pour forth as blood-stricken rain solidify the poison that nestles in my heart. The world returns to nothingness. Alright, tone down the emo a little bit. That aside, you've now had a taste of what our sessions entail and what it's like to live life to the fullest. With your grades and brain, changing faculty should be fairly straightforward. By my next visit, I expect you'll have joined the Faculty of Literature and the Poetry Club. Well, I know he intends well, abandoning my studies. This is actually irritating me a little bit. Because on the one hand, like, there's nothing wrong with not being an extrovert. Something fiction tends to forget about. Usually when there's someone who is an introvert or someone who is shy, the goal of the quest, whether it's a show or a movie or a book or a play or a comedy or whatever, is usually to get them out of that rut. Because that's wrong, right? That's unacceptable. Now hang on. There's actually another layer here, because life is nuanced. There is actual legitimate psychological problems if you isolate too much. Remember, an introvert does not want to ignore or avoid other people. They just get, you know, they have individual connections, or they like hanging out with one person, or hanging out with someone for a short period of time, right? People need interaction with other people, and I stress the word need, require. We don't function right without interacting with other people. So this quest chain has somehow managed to miss both of these points. In both directions. And yeah, everyone needs alone time to some extent or another. Everyone needs group time to some extent or another. It's just... Yeah, as I've said many times, I'm an extrovert. I like hanging out with other people. I want to hang out with other people. Strangers, friends, and similarity. But even I'm the most extroverted person I know of off the top of my head, or at least in person, I should say, I need alone time. I need moments of just, yep, nope. Degaussing. You know? This is also, if I could complain about this quest one more time, it's also a lot more threadbare of a character piece than either of the previous two. At least the fishing quest, which was good enough to be a wash, was just kind of whatever, right? It was just this one dude who was learning to try and apply his studies rather than study for its own sake. Okay, there's a story there. So far, this story has actively been bad. And all I need to do to explain it is by pointing to the guy on the left there and his stupid, dumb expression. I bet you money everyone in chat right now could predict where this story chain's gonna go. Even if you've never done this quest chain. Today must be your lucky day. The ever-busy Jeromere, oh god, how do you pronounce a stupid name? Jeromere, we're gonna start calling him, has decided to grace you with his presence. Perfect music for this, as usual. Love the clipping. What are you people no doubt they're here to extort coin from me? I must report them to the Studium's guard post-haste. You know, game, introverts and shy people are not morons. I know that's hard to believe. Thank you, Majdi. Very much. As always. I will put that towards... I have no idea what, but if you want to put it towards something, do please let me know. Thank you very much. Yeah, unlike what FF8 would have you believe. These are members of the poetry group. I brought them so we could get acquainted. Nice to meet you. That's the pose you're making on saying hello? She's speaking to me! What is this quest chain? Of course she's speaking to you. That's the reason we're here. You must be the craftsman. Do feel free to drop in on a poetry meet. Should instruct your past. I don't do poetry. I suck at poetry. To me, poetry has to be very structured and very metric, very patterned. And as a consequence, any poetry that isn't tends to be not my thing. Steady now. He's trying to help you. He knows you have no friends and is attempting to coax you out of your shell. You should be thankful. I like how the guy hasn't said anything. Absolutely not. Apologies, I'm in the middle of producing something known as a star lens. What is this nonsense? Join us this one time. Only regret awaits. Should you continue down this dark path. I'm not making that up. That's what the dialogue on the screen says. How can you say that with such certainty? Trust me, he knows exactly what he's talking about. Please, that's enough. Let's be on our way, shall we? Chilled plums. Having to meet new people is quite draining. I must say, however, I'm rather proud of myself. Normally I would have never been so nervous. Even the thought of speaking would cause me to lose consciousness. You got it, Majdi. How it is. You're I'm not going to say you did well, because you did terribly. Yeah, this is absent any level of nuance, and it's actively ruining any care I have in anything that's going on here. Thanks to lore, the chocobo in my heart has transformed to a mighty hobgoblin. Isn't that a step down? Oh yeah, by the way, if you've noticed, literally every dialogue option we've had to him has included the option to say, get a hold of yourself. All of them. We are now a good-natured individual. No, we're not. Get this over with. Oh my god, we got like 3 to go. Blah, blah, blah. I've not had a chance to have a proper discussion with my friend. There's so much I'd like to ask him, such as why he refuses to speak of our vow, or why he insists so fervently I drop my studies. For the longest time, I was too scared to confront him. I thought if I had truly lost interest in astronomy, maybe we wouldn't have anything in common anymore. I'm going to start clicking get a hold of yourself if it keeps being an option. It's no longer relevant. I have faced my fears head on. I plan to meet him at the exact spot. So you must ask him because I'm... Okay. Yeah, this guy literally needs a therapist. An actual, real therapist who will actually help him. Not a shrink. Not whatever the hell this planet has. You'd think in the wake of the final days, therapy would be on an incline in general popularity and awareness. And need. Remember, these are happening alongside the main plot, canonically. So... And yeah, you'd think in the studied place, we would have people who actually have studied therapy. This guy's name is Cocksure Student. You can tell he's a good character, because that's his name. Her name was Preening Student, by the way. You there, the craftsman helping out the faculty. I take you're not here to recite poetry? No. Looking for Jeromir? Yeah, sure. See this girl? She spurned my advances a few days ago. It's 'cause you're an idiot. And your dick is small. As you can see, I'm flabbergasted to learn she rejected a dashing young man such as herself. Don't worry, I'm sure you're used to it. Yeah, get on with it. Aren't we snappy? Do you have any idea who you're talking to? Do you have the slightest clue? I will, of course, see you are furnished with everything you need. After all, such consideration is defining quality of a gentleman, which is what you are not. Just ask this boy next to me for the materials. He owes me a large sum of gold, and we'll see all your expenses covered. Let's hurry and get this over with. I cannot stand being indebted to him for a moment longer. That would be, This one? Yep, there we go. Oh, it has to be high quality, doesn't it? Yep, it does. Okay. Alright, this... okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Disco. I am. Nevertheless, I hope to see you for Elden Ring, where you can make fun of my terrible, terrible gameplay. Okay, I'll take that. Oh, that's the wrong... Oh, that's the wrong button. Oh, no! I just started a macro on accident. Well, this might suck. Okay, we can interrupt the macro. There we go, we're good, we're good. You're not gonna watch Elden Ring either? What's after Elden Ring again? Hang on, I just asked this, I've already forgotten. Hang on, where's the queue? Where's the queue? Okay, so we got FF14, we've got Elden Ring, Head On, right, we're doing Head On, and then Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, and then Pokemon Snap, and then Smash Bros. Ultimate, Talos Principle, Psychonauts, Psychonauts 2, Skyborn, God of War Trilogy, Hollow Knight, Franbo, Halo Wars 2, Outer Wilds, Beyond Good and Evil, Hades, Space Marine, Mega Man Legends 1, Mortal Kombat 11, Valiant Hearts, and Soma, the so-called miscellaneous block. Really, Cashel? Wow, I guess it just got funded out of nowhere. How strange. Very impressive, really. Excellent. With this exquisite set, I will no doubt be able to produce poetry beyond that of the average club member. She'll have no choice but to rethink her foolish decision. Alright, you want to know where Jerome Mayer is? You can find him at the Scholar's Harbor. Real wet blanket, this one, if you ask me. No need to say that. He's only just joined and has yet to settle in. What faculty do you transfer over to him again? He's not going to be happy if I told you. You're going to have to ask someone else. Sounds like he's harboring a few secrets, then. Yeah, utensils you crafters approve. Rather than dallying about admiring your handwork, you should best hurry on. Smack! Easily, Blade Jamal. The same way you review any game. I had someone ask how you review Minecraft, and I don't even understand that question. You play the game. Any game can be analyzed and deconstructed. That's part of why we've been spending the last 6 years refining the review process. How's the interface work? How do the mechanics work? How do the mechanics work in conjunction with other mechanics? How does progression work? Is there progression? What levels of RNG are at which levels? And so forth and so on and so forth and so on. There's plenty of ways to do it. So for Smash Brothers specifically, we will of course be doing the campaign, such as it is, but we'll also be trying out the other modes and trying out the fighters and seeing how the controls are and seeing how the balance is and so forth and so on. Hey! I need to talk to you about Jude for some reason. Want to speak with me regarding Jude? Very well. Do we talk here, or do you wish to talk in private? No, this works. This is pretty private. Hey, let me shove you into the water. Shove. Meanwhile, let's talk to the Wandering Minstrel really quick. Hey, Yoshi P. Yep. Why are you wearing Reaper gear? I thought you were a black mage. That would be so boring, Ross. Alright, so here's the Zodiark fight. Skip. Oh, ha! I didn't know that. And here's the Hydaelyn fight. Skip. Just getting this off my map. Just getting this off my map. And the Endsinger. Peace. Yeah, let's do that. That... Okay, in fairness, Mario Kart, I can kind of see no items, but really? Just, you know. Allow me to relay a story for you. One of the things I used to dislike about Formula 1 was how the people with the money win. That's mostly still true. By the way, that hasn't changed. But if you happen to be the group who has the most money and the most equipment and the best mechanics and the best car, then you are the winner. That's not hyperbole. Now, having said that, the thing of it is, if you try to level the playing field, what you get is boredom. Did you know there actually are races out there where everyone drives the exact same type of car and the exact same setup with the exact same fuel number, and they do all sorts of stuff to make sure it's all nice and even, and it's all down to the driver, right? That should be fun. No, it is boring as sin. Because what ends up happening, no, not NASCAR. NASCAR has some variety to it. No, what ends up happening is you get a line of cars going around the track. Just and every once in a blue moon, someone manages to screw up. Not someone else does well. Keep in mind what I'm saying here. But someone screws up, and then someone else takes advantage of that and pushes ahead. And even more rarely than that, someone will actually do really well on the track and push ahead of the track. It's dull as dishwater. Because the problem is, once you level the playing field, you'd think, now it's all down to skill. But actually, there's about a dozen other factors that still vary into the race itself. The only way to do a true skill-based thing like that is to do time trials, which ironically is something that Mario Kart allows. It's also an entire category of speedrunning over in Mario Kart, is what's the best time you could put in on a track that has no other racers for this track with this setup, right? And then people try to beat that time, because at that point it truly is all down to skill and nothing else. And there you go, right? That's how you make that work. An actual race? Nuh-uh. As a quick aside, I'm actually really glad that Mercedes has stopped just winning like they've been doing for the last several years. It's just been really nice this season. Can I just say that? I don't even know the specific rules they changed, but I know they changed the rules and now Mercedes has stopped winning. Anyways, rant off. Moving on. Only you can make this quest good, Giga Pudding. Speaking of which, so Bregwin's here now. We still need Pretzel and Regibrog at some point. Jerome, why did you quit the astronomy? You know I once presided there. It'd be odd if I didn't, but, like, why did you quit the faculty of astronomy? Hang on. This is a deep, dark, secret song. This is when the villain truly reveals who they really are. 10 years ago we made a vow. We swore we'd search and find the Azure Star. Together. Why would you renege on our promise now? Have you come to hate astronomy? Hate astronomy, don't be silly. Finding the star meant the world to me. You'll be forced to face the truth one day, as I have. Allow me to warn you, before it's too late. I am but one summer older than you. I have shed blood, sweat, and tears to ensure I'll be able to earn a place at the Studium. I kept silent about which faculty I was to enter because I hoped to make some progress to our goal and surprise you with it once we both joined. Upon hearing members were free to use the telescope at any time, I joined the Classical Astronomical Association. I planned to devote all my spare time to our association. Investigation, not association. For months, day in, day out, I took the telescope and observed every last corner of the sky without fail. To utter despair, I was unsuccessful in ever locating the Azure Star. Even so, I refused to give up on our dream. I thought maybe a more powerful telescope was required. And so after much negotiating with the professors, I was given leave to use the finest equipment available in the Studium. Yet for all my effort, all my planning, I could not find so much as a glimmer of that bloody star in the night sky. I grew more weary by the day, was eventually forced to come to a harrowing realization. It doesn't exist. It never did. Just as the scholars told us. We imagined it. The star doesn't exist? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Same as me. Finding that star meant everything to you. How could I possibly tell you that? If the answer star doesn't exist, what have I been working towards this entire time? I understand your feelings better than you know. Forgetting about it will take time, but it can be done. Promise me, you won't forget this. I am, and always will be, your friend and ally. My life, without the Azure Star giving me direction and purpose, is meaningless. What am I to do? Only you can give your life purpose. I was hoping to say, get a hold of yourself, but that's like the first time I haven't been able to say that. You're right. Letting someone or something determine my life's path is the easy way out. I am the only one who can decide what's right for me. Let us return. There is something I wish to investigate. And yeah, his name's Jude. I know, right? I'm sorry. This quest sucks. So I'm trying to do what I can here. Give me a break, you know? But now we gotta go talk to him. Oh, hang on. I didn't actually mean to hit that song. Sorry, I meant to hit this song. There we go. He's going to read all these books. The whole Studium's on fire. Whoop, the wrong area. No, that's the right area. God, pay attention more. Hey, there's the goldsmith quest over there. What the hell? Nope, that's actually the culinarian. Oh my god, I want this in real life. I want this. Look at this. Look at this. It's got a hanging thing for hanging meat to smoke. And it's got a nice big open grill. That is an awesome grill. Jesus. Except I would want mine outdoors. I've actually always wanted an outdoor grill. Outdoor kitchen, for that matter. But that's not in the cards anytime soon, so. If Jerome Mary was unable to find it, there's a good chance it doesn't exist. There's one possibility. There's a chance it's out there, but not observable with the tools at his disposal. At his disposal? Really, Laura? Therefore, I will continue on. With your assistance. Now, out of my way, Lore. I'm going to see the Azure Star. Yes, that grill is where they make Archon loaf. Don't ask how. Where traditional telescopes gather light to project images, this casts an etheric glimmer. As I was constructing it, I realized I was missing the very piece that would allow me to do this. We will construct his device. We will use a device that allows us to project the ether onto the water and see the Azure Star. No matter how bleak the outlook, we will find the Azure Star. Just one last piece, and we will complete the star lens. Even if I'm unable to find it, meeting you has taught me the importance of perseverance. It is a lesson I will never forget. That's what I was saying. I will find it. I must. It's my dream. My romantic dream. Get a hold of yourself. 3 exclamation marks. Indeed. There's plenty of time for worry at a later date. When you find the time to craft the missing final piece, please visit me. The fire is now up from bomb status and zipped to Ifrit status. Perfect song for that. Okay, now. Let's start the next quest here. I actually hit this song at the wrong time. We'll do this one. There we go, perfect. Words are not enough to express my gratitude. We're at the finishing line. I have one last request. Make this one item for me. Alright, we can do this. We can do this. Be done with this stupid quest chain. Need to be high quality? Of course it does! Why wouldn't it? Good lord, okay. Oh my goodness, okay. What? Okay, that's on random. We'll do this one. Wait, no, I've got a good idea. We'll do, we must do this. For Jude! Oh god. Yeah, not a single proc, and I'm out of everything. I'm out of MP and I'm out of durability. Oh. What's Buyer got? Oh, that's Buyer got. And I don't know how to craft. I really don't. I can totally make this happen. It's totally happening. Hang on, we'll do Waste Not. So I have enough for that. We'll do that. That didn't do anything. And we wasted. Yeah, okay, whatever. Okay, take 2. Sorry. There. Okay. Innovation? What the hell's innovation? There's innovation. And then... I knew about the 8 stacks. I've done that. Weird having to actually craft. 15 negatives to gameplay for actually having to use the systems of the game. Okay. What the hell's manipulation? Oh yeah, that thing I didn't get until, like, this run. Hang on, there's manipulation. Which I can't do. And fail. Wow! Okay, hang on. This... One second. That is an 80 durability. What's the difficulty on it? 2-6. That's actually a low difficulty. It's funny. $2.625. I don't have anything that low. Literally. None of these macros are good for this. Hang on. This might work. All of a sudden, Mega Man music. This, you know, why not? Oh, hang on. Let's try their macro, see if it works. Probably won't, but, you know, whatever, as they say. Hello? You never know. See if it works. Not enough CP. Yeah, it's okay. Just finish it. Okay, we did it. Jeez Louise. All right. Just gonna keep that macro around for no reason. So, we did it. We crafted the final piece. It's absolutely perfect. Now that I have all the necessary parts, all that's left to do is search for the Azure Star. Come join me, but there's one other individual who might go there. But there's no guarantee the Azure Star even exists. I do not wish to disappoint him again. Even so, we must search the skies. Okay. Given time, he's most likely at the Poetry Landing. Go, please, talk to him. We have our mission. We must give Brigwin a glomp. Glomp. Oh my god, I was actually complaining about the Tommy Wiseau quest to people. Like, 40 minutes ago, Gary. No joke. That and the meme quest, which was right before it. Ah, it's you again. I apologize. We have nothing more to discuss. You have nothing more to say, but I have plenty. Dude. The star lens that Laura and I have been working on is complete. It would mean the world to me if you came here to begin my search for the Azure Star. I'm sorry. I'm afraid that's something I cannot do. What do you mean you cannot? This is your childhood friend you're talking about. You should go with him. If it exists, isn't it your duty to be by his side when he learns the truth? You don't understand. I searched for a decade for the star. It is nowhere to be found. A decade? Surely you jest. What an absolute waste of time that was. To think you're this close to throwing out all the best years of your life, chasing a figment of your imagination. Ha 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 ha. Okay, hang on, where's my villain playlist? If such a thing existed, the top academics would already found out. Did you not even take that into consideration? You must be dumber than a sack of rocks. You. How dare you speak of such atrocities? Are you talking to me? You, nor anyone else, has the right to ridicule us, threaten, laugh all you like. You will not strip us of our dream. Maybe what you need is some sense knocked into you. I'm sorry. I'm gonna actually step in as the adult at that point. I'd strongly recommend against that. You see that craftsman there? He's an adventurer from overseas, not someone you want to pick a fight with. Even you don't stand a chance. Wow, they acknowledge that I'm me. Holy crap. Watch your back, for I am pure evil. Jude, in all our years together, I don't think I've ever seen you so upset, much less speak up the way you did. I'm surprised myself. My heart's still pounding. I just couldn't let it go when I thought of everything you had invested. The audacity he had to utter such words. I lived, ate, and breathed that dream. When I discovered there was no hope, the despair that overcame me. That's why I could say nothing earlier. Even if some of the members of the Quocha Club are rough around their edges, it's the only place I have. When you were children, I was crying because I did not fit in with the others. You invited me. Invited me? Invited me to join you in stargazing. You gave me a place to belong in this world. And now I'm asking you to join me in that place once more. Gazing up at the skies. That's the wrong song. Actually, meant. Sorry, hang on. Is this the right song? Where's the song I'm looking for? Damn it. Maybe here? There it is. This will be it for me, Jude. After this, we're done. Yeah, Poetry Club is apparently the drama club. And by the way, I agree with you, Lunaruth. There's literally one WoW song ever that I don't like. And that is damned impressive. Well, given the music I have playing, you can tell what I think's about to happen. Eastern Plaguelands. If that doesn't answer you, Mr. Red, I could find it, but... Eastern Plaguelands. Blue star, fall! Stain the earth red! Wait. Yeah, that's the one, Mr. Red. It's the only bad song in all of WoW, which is a damned impressive sight. Let us begin. Did we get peer review and a permission to do this? "10 years ago on that fateful day, we were attempting to observe the constellation aligning within the 5th, 7th gate. I will begin by positioning the starlands in the same manner." Oh, okay, then we're okay then, Blade Chapel. I mean, he's in charge. He should know what he's doing. Incredible. The stars can be seen with such clarity. However, the azure star we saw back then does not shine amongst them. Not that I expected anything different. After all, one cannot see, even with state-of-the-art technology, that which does not exist. Despair. You did well, Jude. The Starlands is an impressive piece of work. Wait! It is for reason that this exact reason the amplifier exists. What do we need even more? What? Are we literally casting Enhance? Oh my god, we actually are. Look at this. Look at this. Enhance! Meanwhile, he adds a drop to the bucket I'm pouring in here. It exists. It's somewhere right before our very eyes. Zoom and enhance cliche, okay. Reveal your brilliance, just as you did 10 years ago. How did you see it 10 years ago if all this is required to see it now? And they see it! The most beautiful of all things. It's real. It exists. Okay, so what is it and why was it hidden? Oh my god, it probably is Meteon. They couldn't detect it because it's a dynamis star. Which doesn't make any kind of sense. It's a star powered by people's emotions. And the energy that generates. I think we actually are looking at Ultima Thule. We'll find out in a second. There, I'll stop playing silly songs. Let's go back to town for a second. Just play a random town song. Random. There we go. Really? Whatever. Lore, it's thanks to you that decade of hard work has not go to waste. Where'd Jamera go? Interesting outfit. Now that's the person I know. You have joined us. This quest sucks. Nice fabric. I mean, honestly, yeah, that's probably exactly correct, Dakota. I've come to realize transforming my appearance does not change who I am on the inside. How is it you succeeded when everyone else failed? Of course! It allows us to capture not the light of stars, but their ether! Ugh. Oh god, play triple. Yeah, sorry, we're not a Star Destroyer anymore. We're a Star Creator. I believe due to how far away the Azure star resides from us, a traditional telescope would have trouble capturing the light it emits. The star lens, meanwhile, captures an image of its ether, the very life force of the star. Yep, that's interesting. How did we accomplish it? Well, it was made from crystal, it was ether, that's cool. What if the intensity of the etheric emissions is prone to periodic fluctuations? An etheric cycle. So we got it by... Yeah, okay, that's... Mm-hmm. This is really dumb. How many negatives to story do we give this chain? I'm done making fun of this stupid crap. Let's review this. I'm leaning towards 2 because it's not just boring, which is always bad, but it's also actively insulting on several levels, and it never got better. It never got better. And it kept missing its own point in both directions at the same time. You did it. Congrats, you moron. I am a treasured and trusted friend. Really? Wait, we only gave the weapon arc 2 negatives? Seriously? Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We gave the weapon chain 13 negatives. I just counted. Which I stand behind, by the way. The weapon chain is actually probably the worst chain in the entire game. And it doesn't even have Ranjit in it. So, no. I think 2 negatives is acceptable here. Mose. Who's the Pro CD character? Oh, no, it's the robot, isn't it? Yeah, I can hear the voice. I can't believe I never put that together because I listen to him all the time. Yeah, Pax is playing the robot guy. Yeah, the hunter. I'm playing Mose, which is the mech lady. Which is actually funny because... Real quick funny story. So, I was like, alright, I'll use Icy Veins to help set up my build because, you know, Icy Veins is a good starting point for setting up builds for a lot of games. So I set it up, and I go through it, and it's boring and it's dumb, and I hate it. And then I decided to just make my own build with blackjack and hookers, and all of a sudden it's a really good build. Now, the reason this is funny is Pax did the exact same thing. He and I were talking about this a few days ago, and he's like, I'm really just bored. I don't like playing my class. And I'm like, well, okay. Throw the Icy Vein things out the window and try something else. I did. And lo and behold, he is now having fun again with a completely new build. Go figure. I forget which color he's going down, but he's going really heavy into the pet tree. Hookers. Hookers. They dress sexily for money. Among other things. Icy Veins is this. It's a website for builds. It was originally designed just for WoW, which is probably what most people know it from. But actually, there's builds for an enormous quantity of games on Icy Veins, including Borderlands 3, Diablo 3. There's some good stuff in there. And I actually forget what else off the top of my head because I'm stupid. Hang on, maybe there's like a thing here I can find. There we go. We've also got Lost Ark, Path of Exile, Final Fantasy XIV, which I don't understand how that works at all. There's no builds for FF14, but whatever. I suppose this is like keeping track of class stuff. Oh, there you go. And instance guides. There's also Overwatch, Hearthstone, and Heroes of the Storm. Apparently, are those things they cover. So there you go. That's Icy Veins. Boop. Moving on. Okay. Probably Gundenium. Like, this class probably... They do a lot of number crunching and a lot of stat stuff. Yeah, I was actually just thinking, we're not going to be able to finish another chain before the lunch cutoff. So, I know Pretzel is on, I know Bregman's on. Let's hit that other dungeon up here. Let me unmute the game. Let me invite some people. Would anyone like to join us? Because Reggie's not on and whatever at this point. I can fill any slots, so we're probably fine on that front. This is the cheese dungeon. I need you, Giga Pudding. It's okay, Mr. Red. I know you got a headache. I don't want to force you to do it. I mean, you go ahead and do that, Kay, if you want to. I wouldn't recommend that, personally. Yeah, but the only person who wasn't in yesterday at Giga Pudding was Reggie, and Reggie's not on, so get in here. Let's go. Let's go. What I ended up going with Takoida for the tank person, the mech person, excuse me, is a build that's entirely focused on the nukes. So at a certain point in the blue chain specifically, you get a thing where your attack has a giant nuclear cloud. And what it is, in practicality, is it's radiation damage and a huge AoE with fire damage on top of it. And a lot of the other stuff in Moses' trees also buff your fire damage, and it is a huge centered AoE. Cutting the cheese? What is this thing? Smileton is the name of the dungeon. Smileton. This is an extraordinarily quick unlock. It's literally talk to the guy, and then talk to the guy, and then you're good. But you can imagine why in a game like Borderlands 3, which has severe visibility issues, why I would value so much... I'm sorry, Pretzel, I don't remember what your character name is. Why I would value so much the idea of having a massive AoE. I've gotten quite good at it, too. It's effectively playing rocket tag at the point I'm at. Oh, there you are. It really is rocket tag, though, because the enemies hit like a truck. Every badass for like the last 2 days of us playing has had a rocket launcher, and they will two-shot us. But who is my favorite character in Borderlands 2? Now, I'm going to be pathetic here and look up the characters in Borderlands 2, because I do not remember. I know I didn't play Handsome Jack. In fact, I didn't play anyone other than the basics, because I never actually played DLC characters. I want to say I either played Zero or Salvador, but I'm not actually sure. Yeah, let's get away from that music for a minute. I suppose I'll be tanking. I don't mind. You can do the tanking thing. As long as Giga Pudding doesn't let me die. As is her wont. Yeah, there's also Frag Trap, which is... who I didn't play as that in the pre-sequel. Where did I play in the pre-sequel? We'll be fine. Giga Pudding will be fine. I'll triple pull and it'll be fine. I suppose I'll ready check, make sure everyone's here. And let's do it. Okay. That being said, I think I'm going to not minimum eye level us. Just this once. I don't think we need to, and, well, we're all gonna die anyway, so let's do it. Let's review Smileton, shall we? Where are we at here? Gameplay, story, boom. Alright, let's do it. Oh my god. I mean, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. We've got to build... We've got to house millions of people here. So this should be big. That makes sense. This is a remix of something. Oh my god. I would have 3 bunny girls with me if one of them didn't have their helmet on. Join us, Giga Pudding! Join, I guess should say join them, or whatever. Good places. What's wrong with these doors? Okay. What? What is this? The Temple of the Ancients? Actually, now that I think about it, why are there enemies here in general? There kind of shouldn't be, you know? Yeah, Borderlands 1, I'm not that familiar with, but from what I am familiar with it, it's very much Assassin's Creed 1. It started the franchise, but it's almost immediately surpassed by its sequels. Oh, you know what? I can see what you mean, Kay, and I think you're right, Interval. Because, I mean, yeah, there's a Savo Tender. Excuse me, a Luno Tender right there. See the drill in the background over there. Yeah, if someone suggested Borderlands 1 for a review, I would seriously consider saying no. Because that's just kind of a slog game. Not in a good way. I mean, mentally, I can think of a lot of franchises like that. Assassin's Creed, Mega Man, Zelda. Your mother smells like cabbage. Why would you say that? Why are they yelling at each other? Alright, you wanted me to double pull, right, Giga? So here you go. Don't worry, I've got all my cooldowns. I'm gonna blow 1 right now. Where is it? Oh god, I can't even see what I don't have aggro on. There it is. Let's pop some buttons here. Let's just pop all the buttons. All the buttons. There we go. I got aggro on everything now. Oh yeah, no, this is probably going to be a brickwork positive. This is pretty visually impressive. I'll admit I don't like the music, but it's just not my style of music. But these visuals, like... I'm pretty sure a dungeon like this would be physically impossible in the PS3 era. Come on, die. Die! Jesus! I kept living with, like, dead elves. Like, no, die! A 3 negative music track? Yeah, sure. Hang on. Let me pull up a 3 negative music track. You ready for this? Give me a second. Let's see. And that's all I'm going to subject you to of that. Because I'm not actually mean. Now then, what Type 2 undead is natural undead. What most settings have. You know, ghosts, spirits, spectrals, you know, wandering creatures, whatever. That's, That boss is literally just called Face. It's from Earthbound, Glitcherball. And I'm joking, that's not a 3 negative song. I didn't give it 3 negatives. Good song. Okay, so... what are we doing with the faces here? Okay, nope, that makes sense. Alright. I think that makes sense. They're all over there for some reason, but I'm not sure why. That makes absolutely no sense, so that's whatever. But which ones are smiley and which ones are... So it's gonna be... Sure. Nope, that... I do not understand this mechanic at all. It is not making sense in the way that I thought it was, so I don't understand what's causing what here. I'm just gonna be ignorant. Okay, that makes that's much less complex than what I thought was going on here. I thought there was much more going on than that. Never mind, that's easy. So I need to be up here. I thought I was having to balance the heights, because you notice those are like lower than those ones. Those ones are lower than those ones, and so I had to be at this area in order to not get hit by those ones, and then they'd swap based on whether or not the boss was doing an upside-down thing, and yada 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 yada. I love how this spill is called Off My Lawn, by the way. Way too slow on that. Okay. Face defeated. Sure. Okay, so please let this lead to the way out. There are trapped people in here. That's a smiley metalloid. That's a smiley scrapper, excuse me. Why do these exist? Yeah, the face with hands model of video game boss has been very popular since the SNES era. And I don't actually know why. Well, okay. I know why it originally was. It's because it's much, much easier to animate two hands and a face completely separate from each other than to animate a body. But I don't know why that persisted. Thank you, a pack of 12 ninjas. I'll put it towards Advanced Wars. Evil laughter. I am joking. I feel you. I will put that towards something that isn't Advanced Wars. Oh no, it's a kisser! My one weakness! What would a warlord give a damn about Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt? I don't even understand that question, Gum Gum. I go up to a warlord. Alright, so we're gonna let you control this African country, but you need to come over here where there's these two Hollywood stars. You know what? I'm gonna go with yes. It's a good idea. At least they'll be doing something useful with their time. Okay, this place reconfiguring itself on the fly is actually kind of terrifying, especially since I can't detect any, like, rhyme or reason to the reconfigurations. Oh yeah, I promised I'd do a double pull. Double pull! Double pull just for Giga. Make Giga hate me and my face because my face is super awful ugly. Am I being attacked by a moonflower? Is that what's happening here? Oops, that was actually a split. That's a split. Right, do me a favor, Gum Gum. Find whoever came up with that plan and smack him across the face for me. Now, they're very Dudley, I agree, Kay. Dudley and Doot. Alright, I think I've made Giga Pudding hate me enough for today. It's time to go fight the most terrifying, dangerous, and evil villain of all. Frame worker? What? Hey, hang on. I'm gonna try and show you what this looks like without aggroing it. This is what this boss looks like. Yeah, apparently not, Dakota. Jeez Louise. Okay, that's an interesting thing. So we're digistructing things that attack and I quote, break apart from the force of their attack. That's actually dialogue in the game. I didn't come up with that. Those two things in a minute. Not? Or they're just gonna stand there. Okay. Oh yeah, it's a boss, pack of 12 ninjas. Imagine fighting 12 ninjas, but it's actually like... Ooh, yeah. But it's actually just one ninja. It's really terrifying. We all know the only thing more terrifying than a pack of 12 ninjas is one ninja. I play Ninja Gaiden, not how this works. That's it. The law of reverse conservation of ninjutsu. I knew there was an actual term for that. I knew it! Pack of 12 ninjas. So wait, which one of you... You know what? Never mind. All y'all ninjas look alike to me. I couldn't tell anyways. Live Giga Pudding. Aiming and slaying, my goodness. Here. What? Are we, okay. One second here. This is, interesting. Yeah, everything's fine. Everything's fine. There's the drill, which is converting matter into, well, you know, whatever they're building. Yep, no, everything's fine. Everything's fine. It's weird, Lunarith. I'm not sure I like gear better. Death to gear. Really, Giga Pudding? I was trying... Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Ugh. Alright, I can do that. I can pay attention. I know how to do that. I've played video games before. Listen, arcade cabinets are critical for every one of our installations. I want to make sure every single one of our people has access to, like, you know, Simpsons Arcade. We got a Virtua Fighter down there. I want the works, alright? Yep, it's time for reality to end. it's just jazz hands all the way down. Yeah, apparently I'm fine. I did live, but only because of the expert assistance of Giga Pudding. The two DPS get no credit whatsoever, as per usual. It always amuses me a bit when people do that, by the way. It's like, oh man, that was nearly a wipe. Good job, tank and healer. And it's like, you realize if the DPS weren't on it, that would also be a wipe, right? Like, you need to have good deeps. Otherwise, the fight takes too long, and the tank dies, or the healer runs out of mana. Like, there's this really weird... I just realized I can't talk about that without talking about polemic topics. Huh. Well, I'm gonna do it anyways, because screw y'all. So, here's the thing. There's this really common, what I consider to be inaccurate mentality, that just because something is either normal or common, that means it's not important. Those people are what I like to call idiots. Now, if you're wondering why that's polemic, well, just think about the job market and you're probably already there. But to keep it in the confines of fiction, and the game we're currently playing, there's a very strong trend I've seen in every MMO I've ever played to see DPS as the unimportant class. Or the unimportant role, sorry. Nobody cares about the DPS, nobody rewards the DPS, nobody talks about how hard it is to do well as a DPS. Instead, it's always all about the tanks and the healers. That is, incorrect. Now, the catch is, and it's easy to understand why, the reason why people think that is because there's so many more DPS players than there are tanks and healers. That's why queues are the way they are, and why life is the way it is. And yeah, I myself have spent some time this very stream, this lengthy run, discussing how to properly tank and how to properly heal. But I have, in my neglect, I've pulled a Hermes, I'm just going to start calling it that. I did not tell you how to properly deeps. Because proper DPSing is its own thing. Now, I have hinted at things that are proper DPSing periodically, but I haven't actually discussed it. Because you need to decide what to hit where and when and how. There's a whole lot of decision-making that goes into proper DPSing, rather than just facing a target and hitting buttons. For example, let me use something we've actually covered on stream. Let's say we're fighting an AoE pack. Let's say that the tank is falling over and the healer's having trouble keeping up. So what the DPS needs to do is to be on point, identify that, and start single targeting rather than AoEing to try to pull down the amount of damage that that tank is taking. The DPS needs to be paying enough attention to be on that. Similarly, you need to decide when it's appropriate to AoE in general. It actually varies from class to class, but a good rule of thumb is 3 to 5... It's just a bunch of heads. 3 to 5 targets is a good time to go ahead and start AoEing. DPS, of course, also need to be doing two other things very correctly. They need to not be dying, and they need to be not be taking as much damage, taking as little damage as they can. If they die, then they're no longer doing DPS, and the fight slows down, which causes the whole thing to drag on every level. If they get hit, they gain vuln stacks, which makes the entire fight harder and makes it easier for them to die. In short, the DPS has to be paying attention essentially constantly in order to make sure they don't get hit by things like that. Now, you could say that applies to everyone, and you'd be right, but the bulk of that is on the DPS, because the percentage of damage output that's being done in any given fight is almost entirely on the DPS, as it should be. That is a correct thing. But as a direct consequence thereof, if a DPS falls over, the fight goes much worse than if a tank or a healer falls over. I know that sounds weird, but it's true. A healer falling... Okay, so hang on, it's actually not quite true. A healer falling over usually means it's a wipe, but a tank falling over means it's recoverable. But a DPS falling over and getting it back up means your entire fight is going to be substantially worse. Because even if you do get them back up, which itself is a difficult thing to do, yep, over here, you are going to be, they're going to be doing less damage because that debuff that comes from being rezzed. Similarly, most DPS don't have tools in their own kit in order to deal with things like taking damage. They have like 1, 2, maybe 3 tools total. So, for example, I'll use a direct example because I've done this myself. Samurai has an ability to parry the next physical hit, but it's only a physical hit, and it doesn't really apply to much else. They also have an extremely small heal, and that's kind of it. So it is the... okay. I'm just gonna get hit by that, because there's nothing I can do about that. Nothing I can do about that one. And yeah, Bloodbath and Second Wind is kind of it when it comes to the DPS being able to survive. Now, some specific classes have something like the Samurai has the aforementioned parry, but that's it, right? Pop this to try and make up for the fact that I just took damage, because I'm a terrible tank. Wow, 2 in a row. In short, you might say, well, it just sounds like DPS is important, not that they're more important than tanks or healers. Bingo! That's the thing, right there. That's the key that an enormous number of people do not understand, and I myself have failed at getting across properly. The whole point... Nope, I'm right. Okay, that's a thing that happened. The whole point is that each role is important. They all are part of the puzzle. If you don't have tanks, then you have a problem. If you don't have healers, you have a problem. If you don't have DPS, you have a problem. The other thing that's on DPS in several games, and this varies from MMO to MMO, but both 14 and WoW employ this. There's something called Hardened Rage, and the Hardened Rage is essentially the DPS check. You need to do X DPS in Y time, otherwise death. Now, there's a lot of forms of that. We've been showing off several of those, but that's the biggest way in which that DPSs are directly tied into mechanics. In short, you need to not only be dodging everything, but to maintaining uptime. This is something I've mentioned before. Like, obviously, surviving is more important than maintaining uptime. But in several fights, usually the harder fights, you have to do both at the same time. And it's pretty hard to maintain uptime while surviving, especially certain classes, like Black Mage comes to mind immediately. But I don't want to pick on Black Mage because it's actually much harder on melees. There's a lot of melee setups in certain fights where it's like, hey, sucks to be you. Good luck maintaining your DPS on that boss while you're running around like an idiot way over here because all the mechanics are chasing you, right? Good job, everyone. Very good job. Swept that sucker. Go ahead and turn that quest in because I'm right here. Yep, the bunny party succeeds, as it always will. So, Lunarith asks a very relevant question. Was there ever a point before the Trinity was invented, which was in... Well, it's debatable, actually. Oh, no, you're fine, Gigapudding. I was just like, what? Was there a point before the Trinity was invented where they tried other things? Not only is the answer to that yes, several MMOs have continued to try other things over the years. God, that's just freaky looking. You're probably thinking, what did they try? That's a little bit harder to answer because there's no, like, common terminology for a lot of the stuff that they tried. Asheron's Call, for example, tried body blocking, which you're probably thinking, what the hell's that? Well, exactly. There's no terminology for it. So, for example, pretend for a moment here that Gigapudding is the enemy. And Pretzel over there is like, hey, what's up? So I could be here, and we have collision, right? So I can physically intercede between me and the enemy. Now, the thing is, which animations I do change my collision box. So if I was to do certain types of animations, like a heal, for example, or change out of combat stance, that might happen, and Gigapudding might get by, so I have to kind of readjust and so forth. And so the whole gameplay suddenly becomes making sure I'm only doing certain types of actions, and making sure I'm physically interceding between the enemy and the thing. It's kind of a proto-tank, but it doesn't really apply the same way, and you can see why I say it that way. It's more like an intervention kind of a thing. And there's other examples, too. Ultima Online was really big on the idea of trying to just stagger certain stats, and just there's all sorts of stuff they've tried, but there's a reason we've stuck with the Trinity. It is a good format. There's nothing really wrong with the Trinity. But anyways, that's not the person. You're back! What happened to the big cheese? Well, I kept getting hit by this one attack because I'm a moron. Oh, I guess that's better than the alternative. And you said the surveys team is safe? Oh, thank heavens. Smileton was meant to be a paradise, and Big Cheese its architect. It was designed to learn what it is that makes people happy and make manifest whatever we could dream up, no matter how seemingly impossible. But I've been unduly fickle, and every plan contradicting the last. I fear my indecisiveness overloaded the Big Cheese, and it lost sight of what true happiness is. All I wanted to do was make the people of Atheris happy and look on their smiling faces. I mean, have you considered checking out the residential areas on Atheris for inspiration? Let me get down to your level here for a second so you can see me. Without hurting your neck. That's an idea. I mean, Uriange's been incredibly helpful with his advice, but actually seeing how people live would surely be more informative than simply hearing about it. And now the final days have been averted, there's no longer need to rush. I'll be sure to bear in mind that, so nothing like this ever happens again. Perhaps I'll start with something simple like furniture. I could design a new automated system to build them. The bigger cheese! Whoa, caps lock. And yeah, Dakota's correct. The MMO standard format is the way it is. Partially, how do I explain this? Oh my god, Giga Pudding is tempering pretzel. The MMO standard format of encounters is the way it is because of the trip to the Triad, or the Trinity, excuse me. And please stop eating me, Giga Pudding. And the Trinity is the way it is because of the format. What I'm trying to say is you essentially cannot have one without the other because both rely on the other. Unless you change both, which is something that some MMOs do. But really, the list is so small as to be negligible. I agree, PlanetSide qualifies, but you get the idea. Okay, I'm no longer being eaten by a chocobo. Yeah, then you have Guild Wars 2, which tried to break the mold and didn't, which is the problem. They didn't go far enough. They could have, and then they'd shifted in a different direction entirely. I'm not sure when the Trinity was actually invented, but my knee-jerk answer to that is EverQuest. Because EverQuest had tanks, healers, and DPSs, and Ultima Online did not. But honestly, I'm pretty sure something predates EverQuest. I've never looked into it, is the answer, so I don't know. But anyways, thank you everyone for joining me for that dungeon. That was awesome. They're very dead. As they should be. Go and get a nice view here. I'm going to go and chop off a little bit early, because that way we can come back and do some Studium stuff. And hopefully they will be less aggravating than the crap we've already put up with. So, see you in a bit.